Yeah, y'all know what time it is. Allegedly with Brittany J. Let us get into it. Allegedly with Brittany J. Truth coming through, better clear the way. Cases, headlines, trials, tea, but she keep it classy, you can plainly see. Allegedly with Brittany J. Prayers going up every single day. Mom of 6 with a heart so strong. Real one here, you cannot go wrong. She do not gotta scream, she do not gotta fight. She let the facts talk loud, every move she make. From the missing in the trials to the news that breaks, she bring truth to the table, yeah, that is her lane. She lets people talk, lets opinions ride. Open to the what ifs from the other side. Speculation cool, when the respect stay true. She gives room for thought, lets the audience view. When the lines start flying and the trolls get bold, she do not fold up and she do not get cold. She respond with class, let the record be known. You can keep that circus, she is staying grown. She got family at home and a purpose in sight. Still showing up strong when the days get tight. And she praying for the people when they need that love. Trying to better herself while she looking above. So tune in close, let the real one stay. It is allegedly with Brittany J. Allegedly with Brittany J. Truth coming through, better clear the way. Cases, headlines, trials, tea, but she keep it classy, you can plainly see. Allegedly with Brittany J. Prayers going up every single day. Mom of 6 with a heart so strong. Real one here, you cannot go wrong. Facts matter, opinions, welcome. Prayers up. Allegedly with Brittany J. Come, prayers up.
Apparently, we got people that like to zoom in.
Don't.
No. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a good day, good night, good evening, all that jazz. What is that? I've always wondered what that end on the stapler is. Is that to remove the staple?
I guess so.
Hey, Diana. Hey, got a secret. Can you keep it? What is up, Moon? Moon is in the house tonight. Ryan, the gamer. Hey, Ryan. Hi, Brandy Dandy. Let me see who else is here. Brown Eyes. Angie Carter. Hey, Ange. Always a pleasure to see you. Sparkleberry Shine. Oh, okay. I'm looking for Soul Shine. She had an appointment today. Anybody seen Soul Shine yet? Hello, Heidi. Hi, Forever Glow.
They got so much stuff. I don't think it's all even in the store.
Hold on a second.
Granted, this is a safe store.
Oh, my Lord. Look, hold on, y'all.
Oh my God. That's one of the comments from here.
Yeah, just now. It's the same. Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. muted. I don't even know how the hell
You
listen.
muted the whole fucking
I
thing.
did not mute my thing. I did not mute my computer. I don't know how I got muted. It's like the shit has a mind of its own.
That's why I tell you, send me a link that way.
This
I can
is
help you
so
out.
weird.
I don't have to
All
go
right,
up. I can
hold
stay in
on.
the background, but at least I can.
I don't understand that. Like this is happening so much. Like it'll mute all on its own. All right, hold on.
You're a klutz, Brittany.
All right, let me see real quick. Make sure that I didn't miss anybody. And on a mouse, thank you so much for the floating heart. I appreciate it.
That's why I keep telling you, just mute on
Brown
the mic.
eyes.
That's why you got to mute 4 places. Like,
And on the mouse, thank you for the silver star. Thank you for the sparkles, brown eyes. Thank you so much, Anne, for the sparkles. I appreciate it. Brandy says, I thought you meant to say ear pop. And I was like, I kind of like that. Oh, wait a minute, 5. I'm reading. Hey, 9mm. Good to see you. Hey, kitty catty. What's going on? Making sure I didn't miss anybody. What y'all do today? Did everybody have a good day? I hope you did. Everybody's glad it's Friday. Lord, I don't even know where to begin. There's so much. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give this link. Thank you, Nomad Beads, for the party hat.
see the ice machines they've got. Everyone's got all the shit.
I cannot multitask. Or
Wait a minute.
got a secret ear. I'm sorry. Give me a second, y'all. Share this. You- All right, let me see. I'm sorry, guys. Good Lord, I'm missing all of that. All right, and on a mouse, thank you for the silver star. Brown eyes, thank you for the sparkles. And again with the sparkles. Miss Nomad with the party hat. Miss Nomad again with the thumbs up. Nomad again with the gold coin. Nomad with the flower, just Diana. 35 months, Diana. Oh my goodness. I love you. Thank you so much. That is incredible. Can you believe that? 35 months? 35 months of putting up with my ass. Let me tell you. Nomad just gifted a membership, y'all. If you were gifted, please tell her thank you. Thank you, guys. Let me get round of Miss Heidi with fortune cookie. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, Dirtstein. Good to see you. 9mm. Anybody else I might have missed? Hi, hello, Miss Gloria. Sound Suspicious says, you seen my Facebook pics? I had best evening. Didn't I? Please tell me I responded. I think I did. Your grandbabies are beautiful. Sound Suspicious. Thank you for sharing that with me. Nomad giving me a makeup brush. Heidi coming in with the fortune cookie. Thank you guys for the gifts. Y'all are so sweet. Yeah, Sound Suspicious. They are adorable. Your little granddaughter looks like she's little mama. Is she like that with the baby? Hi, Travis. Welcome. Carolina Moon. Let me see. All right, I'm going to ask y'all. It's going to be up to y'all tonight what y'all want. We'll vote on it, okay? Because we have a full and complete phone call list. Morello Vincent 1. Is it Morello Vincent 1? Is that right? I'm just going to say Morello. Hello, Morello. Welcome. Oh, okay, never mind. Let me see. Give me 1 second, y'all. My daughter's calling me. I'm going to make sure everything's okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Diana. She's gifting the memberships for how many times for how many months she's been here. Thank you, Diana. They're gonna go off. They're gonna say that oh, Diana, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Diana just come through dropping 20 memberships. Then she dropped another 10. Please tell her thank you, guys. Hey, Sparkleberry Shine. And then she dropped another 5 on us, making it 35 memberships for the 35 months that she's been a mod and a member to the channel. Diana, thank you so much. You know I adore you. If you are gifted a membership from our beautiful Diana, please tell her thank you. You know, they call her a useful idiot, or what is it that they said you are, Diana, the other day? And I'm like, you're just mad that freaking you don't have a friend like her. And I'm not talking about the money either. I'm talking about the person she is. Exactly, Heidi. We're gonna have to play our little video for that. Thank you so much. That was really nice. Let me see. Let's pull up. Pull up the Facebook. So, I'm just going to say this real quick while I'm pulling this up. I believe Koberger is going to get a new trial. I know a lot of people are saying that, the chances of that are highly unlikely or whatever, but I do believe that it's going to happen. It just looks like everything's falling in place for that. All right, hold on a second. Oh, please. Find our video real quick. Shout out to Mandy, by the way, for making the videos for us. She is awesome. She's always doing the most. Let's see. Here it is. Gotta. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm looking for our video. I've tried to save it a couple times, but it never goes through. Ah, damn it. Oh, we haven't played this one in a while. Okay. Remember this one, y'all? Oh, this one's cute. How the trolls. Wait a minute. Remember when Mandy made us this one? Here we go. This was so cute. Oh, please. All right, here we go. Look. Remember the troll one? Thank you, Diana. We'll play this one real quick. How did the trolls get their info about Brittany? Oh no, we gotta have sound. All right. I thought this was so cute when she did this. All right. Let's see. I'll get lots of ass cats for this one. No, it's so funny. I think it's so funny when the troll goes, opens his little mouth. It's so cute. My granddaughter is the boss of her. See, I figured you could kind of tell by the picture. Sound suspicious. Super cute. Okay, so tell me, guys, what y'all want to do? Do y'all want an Idaho talk, an Idaho discussion, or do you want to watch the Taylor Parker phone calls and discuss that? Or do you want to continue doing our David and Celeste deep dive? There's so many things to talk about. I just don't, I want to do what you guys want to do. All I said was I saw Mandy. Wait a minute, what's going on?
You said you got sandwiches in
Yeah, there's two.
there?
You can't see your memberships. Yeah,
What's the other two?
I think it's a roast beef.
Do they got cheddar on it?
They're supposed to. All right, so how about this? Let's do this. 1 for the Taylor Parker phone calls, 2 for the Idaho stream, or 3 for the Celeste and David stream. And there's actually, there's more too. You could do Lindsay. She does me too, April, but I'm invested. Oh, I wish we had a Long John Silver.
What?
A Long John Silver. Somebody came in here and announced somebody else was live. They always do that. They always do that crap.
They're restreaming us.
Probably.
Losers, man. No content losers.
47 and 23. What are y'all doing? Hey, Amanda, how are you?
Such losers, they're not even embarrassed. Don't even have shame.
Taylor phone calls. I kind of want. Yeah, there's a video with all the calls, like an hour and 40 minutes of Taylor calls. Hey, roll a mile. It's a long time no see. Oh, wait a minute. I type in crime drama in North Carolina, and here I am. This is too neat. Hello, everybody. Hey, Peach. You're good with either? Okay. Luminous, there you are. How are you? I was wondering where you were at. Thank you, Luminous, for gifting a membership. Oh, you guys are the best. Thank you so much for your support. Diana, are you still here?
It's got sauce on it.
What's up, Vibrator? Why did they do that, bro? I told them not to put the sauce on it. I told them not
So
to.
I'm trying to say, next time just get cheddar, no sauce.
They got their meat thing is electric. It just sits there the whole day. It just sits there and slices it on its own.
Yeah.
I said, I guess I would have one of them. Okay. David is super creepy. I'm being judgmental of the parents. I try not to though. So I was hella judgmental of them in the beginning. I really was. And then I started watching this guy who is like on the inside. He got to be in the preliminary hearing and he got to see and hear all of the things. And oh my goodness, Vibrator, are you trying to cause waves tonight? Vibrator just became a member. Lord have mercy. Thank you, Vibrator, for becoming a member. Welcome to Club Maple. We appreciate you, and I hope you hang out for a while. And I hope they don't come after you too hard, because you know they're going to for that one. Let me see. But what I was saying is there's this guy, I forget his name, he's on YouTube. He's doing a really good job of the coverage. He absolutely had help. CPS, is it CPS 1? I know that's right, vibrator. Lee Zimmerman, what's going on? What's going on? How are you? Katie Horton, did I say hi to you? Tomorrow we are under extreme fire behavior watch as high winds are coming. Where are you at, Katie? If you don't mind me asking. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Luminous, thank you for gifting the membership. Y'all keep the channel going, and I appreciate it very much. I couldn't let my grown adult daughter run off. No, and listen, I've got questions too, but the only reason I say that I'm kind of pulling back a little bit from that is from what I'm understanding and the things that I'm learning in the beginning, I was under the impression that they kind of like she ran away and they tried to pursue it and kind of just let it go and was like, you know, I heard that she was going back and visiting and then, you know, leaving again to go back with David. But then I heard from this creator that's actually going out there to the prelim that the parents are actually disheveled and the mom, they tried so hard to keep Celeste home and away from him and from sneaking out that the mom was actually sleeping in the room with her at night to prevent her from running away and sneaking out. And they did have the cops going after her. Now, I guess I don't understand that too. Like, I feel like maybe the cops could have pursued that a little more too, being that there was digital evidence. I pray for Orange and Washington, or Oregon and Washington. The fires are so bad this year again. Oh man. I'm so sorry. Yeah, me too. I hope everybody's safe and you know, they can get the fires out as soon as possible. Oh, I know you have. I know you have, Allison. I'm pretty sure they've come for you hard about this crap.
Second friends.
Mm-hmm. They're attacking Allison because she's now over here, and I know they're coming for Vibe because I heard Queen Bee talking crap about Vibrator for coming over here. They do that. They'll go after everybody to try to. It's a tactic, an isolation tactic, is what it is.
Everybody's getting bullied by just some ugly losers.
April said, "Read my comment." Okay, let me see. There's your comment, April. Okay. When I was 16, I told my parents that I was staying at a friend's. I was at my boyfriend's. My dad found me, broke through the window, dragged me out, and scared the shit out of my boyfriend. Those parents should have. I bet you that was the last time you snuck out. God, he came through the window and got you.
I don't think I would have done that to get your ass arrested. I think I would have just called the cops and said, you know, she's missing. I think she's over at this house, and had the cops come in there and snatched you out.
Well, I think that's what they did though, and for some reason, the cops did. I mean, I think they knocked on David's door, but that was like the extent of it. Oh, really, Vibrator? Oh, I'm sorry. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, so good to see you as well, Ryan. All right. So let me see. Let's pull up these phone calls. And then we'll go from there to wherever we. Well, I don't know. I kind of want to do a deep dive too at the same time. I'm torn. We'll see. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull it up. This Lord.
I like the beef and cheddar. They just messed it up with that sauce.
I like the Reuben.
Double.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like a cold sandwich.
The Reuben is the and
I like it too. It's just, you know what I mean? Sometimes you want to buy something.
You guys ever get the Reuben from Arby's? I legit have not been right for like 2 days. My stomach is nauseous. And no, I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant at all. People keep asking me that. I'm just, ugh. Oh my goodness, never mind. We are doing Lindsay Clancy. That is it, y'all. We are going to start with Lindsay Clancy. Y'all didn't, she Googled ways to kill her kids. Oh my gosh, I'm so out of the loop with Lindsay Clancy because I've been distracted with these other cases. Did y'all know that? She Googled ways to unalive her kids? Oh, we are doing Lindsay Clancy.
Thank God they're always so stupid that they catch themselves after that.
So, according to Nancy Grace, Mom Lindsay Clancy Googles ways to kill 3 tots dead with exercise band.
Exercise band.
She strangled her kids with exercise bands. Each trigger warning, guys. Her 3 kids all were strangled to death. She strangled each one of them with an exercise. Each of them had an exercise band around their neck. So, oh, you've been nauseous too, Ange? I'm so sorry. Hey, Just Jana. The jury went to the house today, Jana? Miss Gloria said, I haven't had Arby's in years. Miss Gloria, you probably eat at home, and you probably make the best food, I would guess. Oh, you've never heard about Lindsay Clancy? Oh, well, I'll tell you. Sit back and get comfortable. That is true. Nancy is known to she has been known to put out some misinformation. So I'm not stating it. Let me go ahead and put that disclaimer out. I am not stating anything as fact. Y'all just got my raw reaction because I just seen that on her thumbnail and I'm like, what? So we're going to watch it and we're going to break it down. And is there anybody in here that's been keeping up with the trial? Right, sounds suspicious. Even if I was pregnant, so what? That's my business. Well, so, folks think they have some kind of claim to my life and how I live and what I do. So I don't know what that shit's about. It's weird. But the house has been sold. The owners had to let them go through the house. Well, that had to have been awkward for the owners as well, but I don't know that I could live in that house after knowing that there was 3 babies strangled in the basement. Didn't she take them down to the basement? Let me go ahead and do a recap real quick before we for days now. Maria is cooking tonight and I almost had to. So you're not able to eat, Ange? Oh, Ange, well, I'm glad you're here. I was wondering where everybody's at, but that would kind of explain it. Right, exactly, April. Bad energy. I feel like I got a piece of hair in my eye. All right, so Lindsay Clancy is the mother who she was going through postpartum, which I do believe she was going through postpartum. Good God. Sorry, give me a second. All right. Luminous says people are being infected. What you mean, Luminous? I don't blame you. That's the good way to be, Vibrator. And that's fair. All right, well, you know what? She usually tells it. I don't even.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. All you need is a concept and a way to record it. First, go to riverside.com and open an account. And when you're ready to record, just hit the record button to capture high quality video and audio from, well,
a loving mom, Lindsay Clancy, Googles ways to kill, then murders her 3 tots dead in the basement with her own exercise bands. Tonight, she claims I was crazy. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
She knew right from wrong. What appears to be perfectly sane obviously was not. This woman, whatever happened, whether it was planned in her mind, committed one of the most heinous acts I have ever heard.
147 Summer Street, respond with the police. The old party off the top floor of the house, slice her wrist as well, and neck injuries, neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med flight. It was over a 20-foot fall.
It's unknown where the knife is or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the, looks
Wait,
like they're
what?
pinging around the back.
What? Wait.
We'll get that info now.
Knife. Hold on a minute. What? Did she cut herself? Oh my Lord. Trigger warning, y'all. I forgot about that. I knew she jumped out the window. Did she cut herself too? Oh, well, have a good night, Vibrator. Oh, she did. Okay, PJ. Her wrist. Wow. All right.
It was over a 20-foot fall.
It's unknown where the knife is or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the, looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
She did use a knife at first, unknown where that is at this time.
Let's start a mutual aid ambulance.
I'm on the way. We're with the county.
I got 2 pediatric arrests intubated.
Oh my
I'm having
goodness.
2 pediatrics arrests. We got a mutual aid on the way.
Goodness gracious.
You are hearing the 911 calls, at least part of them, because the initial 911 is from the father, the dad of those children. The judge has ordered that not be released. While we are not bound by that judge's ruling, we are adhering to it in the interest of justice. Instead, you are hearing back and forth between law enforcement. Is that the missing piece of the puzzle? Mom slits her own wrist and jumps out a window after killing all 3 of her children, the youngest just 8 months old.
Oh my God.
We have seen child murders by mommy many, many times before. Is this the fact that sets her, Lindsay Clancy, apart from other moms, well, do I have to say top mom, Casey Anthony? Instead of any remorse, she was in every bar in town on stripper poles.
I hate to say this, but I like if at this point, like I keep seeing this and hearing these stories and all these things over and over and over. Honestly, if there's somebody that's saying they're struggling like she was, like Andrea Yates, like who else has done these things when they are having they had just had a baby and they're going through the depression. I just don't think you should leave them home by themselves with the babies ever. You know what I mean? If they say they're struggling and they're having these depressions and these, you know, like especially with Lindsay Clancy, how many times did she go to the doctor? How many prescription medications in 1 month? She was screaming for help. Not, please don't take me wrong. I'm not blaming the dad whatsoever. I'm just saying that don't leave them home alone with the kids ever, because somebody told me a story today. Who was I talking to? Was it you, Diana? I believe it was Diana. Or it might have been my dad. One of y'all. It was either Diana or my dad. I believe it was my dad, because I told my dad I don't have any. Yeah.
I mean, I had one of them came with my set. I just don't know where it's at. I'd like to plug it straight in.
I got somewhere I got an AV cable. I'll have to look. I'm not sure. I believe my dad told me this today. There was a lady. She had a baby. They put her in a mental institution. She was saying that she was seeing things. She was talking to people that wasn't there. All kinds of crazy stuff. She had or maybe she was in the mental institution and then she had the baby. It was something like that. She gave birth to the baby. The state took the baby away for 7 days. The hospital agreed to let her go live with her aunt in her aunt's care. And for whatever reason, the state agreed that the baby could go back to the mom as long as the mom was with the aunt and in her care. Well, everything went fine, my dad said, for like a couple weeks. And then the aunt had to go to work and she left that girl there with the baby. And I think there was some older kids in the house or something. Trigger warning, y'all. This woman takes a knife and she stabs that little baby. That little few weeks old baby to death. And one of the older kids found the baby. They called the police, the ambulance and all that. And this woman said that there was a woman on both sides of her telling her what to do and how to do it. And
she was hallucinating?
Yeah, demonically possessed is what I think, but they always chalk it up to it's just mental illness. I think people are demonically possessed when that kind of crap happens. But this chick said literally there was a woman on each side of her telling her to do it and how to do it. They should have never let that baby go back to its mama when she was already, I guess people could have the argument that, having rights and all of that, it's not fair. I could see how it could be a slippery slope either way. But if that person's having issues, do not leave that person alone with that child. Too many times we hear this when that person should have never been left alone with the kid, ever. Opal says postpartum is real and it's also dangerous. My daughter is 3 months postpartum. She is having a hard time and it's really, I'm so sorry, Opal. Lord, please let her know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. It don't last forever. I really do hope she gets. Thank you, Jesus. By the grace of God, as bad as nerves I've got, I've never had postpartum depression, and I am very thankful for it. But I have heard that it's a pain. Luminous says attachment. Some are human and some are non-human. Yeah, I agree. Just like Leilani Simon. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that she forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I don't necessarily think that Leilani had any type of postpartum. I just think that she was the selfish person who was high on substances that night and took her anger out on that baby. You know, we never even, I don't think we ever found out how she unalived Quentin, that poor little baby. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, so that's not really a good comparison. What about Andrea Yates? Andrea Yates murdered all of her children. Similar to this case, she waits until her husband, Rusty, is gone, locks the doors, and methodically kills each child. And they fought to live. Their bodies were bruised from fighting to get out from under the water where she held them under. Andrea Yates claimed postpartum psychosis, and she was deemed to be psychotic at the time of the murders, and she is in a mental facility today, years later. But then you've got Deanna Laney, also known as Rock Mom, who bludgeoned her children dead with a rock, leaving one of them, as I recall, with permanent brain damage. She claimed psychosis. After 8 short years, she has walked free. Different scenarios, same underlining theory. Joining me an all-star panel. But first, let's take a listen to those 911 calls again to the control room. Do not play dad.
Maintenance fee, overdraft fee, minimum balance fee, maximum balance fee. Banking fees are just a part of
147.
Wait, they do have the 911 call with the dad? Like, even though am I understanding that right? Like, even though court's not playing it, they still have it. It's still public, obviously, if Nancy's got it. They do. They played it in court, but the public wasn't allowed to hear it. Okay, understood. Gotcha. Takes a lot to prove psychosis. Not everyone who tries will. I do believe Andrea Yates was experiencing psychosis. I really do believe that with her, because if you look at the history and the track record, Andrea Yates tried like hell to get help. She tried and tried and tried to get help. She told them something was wrong. I mean, why people, when they say it, believe them? I really do. I don't think I've rarely spoke to anybody who thinks that Andrea Yates was, is lying about that.
Damn.
Jay had the transcript and read it. Oh, really, Brown Eyes? Heartbreaking. All right, let's keep going.
7 Summer Street, respond with the police. Yellow party jumped off the top floor of the house, slice her wrist as well, and neck injuries, neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med flight. It was over a 20-foot fall.
It's unknown where the knife is or whatever she used to slit her. She's in the, looks like they're pinging around the back. We'll get that info now.
She did use a knife at first, unknown where that is at this time.
Maryland, start a mutual aid ambulance.
I'm on the way. We're with the county.
Heartbreaking.
I got 2 pediatric arrests in the basement.
I'm as a 2 pediatrics arrests. We got a mutual aid on the way. Mutual aid at this time.
Before I head out to our all-star panel, including Christina Rex out of this jurisdiction, who has been in the courtroom since the beginning and was at the crime scene the night of the murders of the 3 children. Before I go to Christina Rex and the rest of our panel, I want you to hear what Clancy's defense attorney has to say.
She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable and has been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry.
Oh, wow.
And in fact, sometime about a month or 2 ago, she made the comment, "I just wish that I could feel something."
Oh, my God.
Now, our society fails miserably in treating women with postpartum depression or even postpartum psychosis.
From our friends at Court Chalk, let me see a picture of the 3 children. We are seemingly
look at them.
focusing on the mom, Lindsay Clancy, and not on the 3 murder victims who could not fight back. They were strangled dead with mommy's exercise bands after she Googled ways to kill. After she Googled, can you treat a sociopath? After writing in her journal that she resented her older 2 children.
Oh, my goodness.
She sends the dad out for takeout food and to the pharmacy, waits for him to leave, and murders her children. And let me remind everyone, Lindsay Clancy is presumed innocent. Joining me, Christina Rex, reporter, WBZ TV, in the courtroom from the get-go and on the crime scene that night. I hear the defense lawyer saying she's been crying. Oh, okay. I guess so. She should be crying. Some junctures she says she's crying. Sometimes she says she's not crying. I don't care if she's crying. They're dead. First, before we get to what's happening in the courtroom, there's going to be hand-to-hand mutual combat over this case because the prosecutor is digging in that mommy made a plan. The defense is digging in. This is not just postpartum depression, it's postpartum psychosis. But I want to go to the night of the crime itself, Christina Rex. What did you observe at the scene?
Yeah, so this is top 3 worst crime scenes I've ever been to. You know, as a reporter, we're behind the crime scene tape. So luckily I didn't see the gruesome details, but I've never seen police weeping at a crime scene the way I did that night. When we had gotten there, it was, a breaking news. We just heard it over the scanner. We didn't know what was going on. We just could tell it was something bad. But when I got to the crime scene and I saw police officers leaving the house in tears, we knew it was really, really a bad situation inside the house.
Christina Rex, it's my understanding that it was so bad that these seasoned officers had to get counseling.
Yeah, it's not unusual in Massachusetts after a traumatic event, often ones involving children, for the police stations to offer counseling. But in this case, we know, officers took the station up on that. It took the department up on that and really did need that support because of just how traumatic this crime scene was.
The children were all found herded into the basement and dead, strangled with mommy's exercise bands. You get there on the scene. Again, what did you actually observe?
Police officers in and out of the house, bringing out evidence bags, which is pretty standard to see. Police officers crying. And I remember the district attorney showed up on the scene and held a press conference after 10 p.m., which I know that doesn't seem odd maybe to the general public, but for the district attorney, the head of the department for that entire county, to show up on scene to speak to the media that late at night, you knew this was something really serious.
Were you there when the children's bodies were wheeled out?
Stu's name is Drake.
Yes, but in Massachusetts, often the medical examiner will bring a van and block the view of any members of the public or cameras as they bring the bodies out. So I didn't actually see them.
I'm
I
reading.
want to go
I'm
to
doing some
that
notes
night. Christina
on my
Rex
chat
joining
GPT.
us out of WBZ TV. Was mommy taken into custody that night?
Good morning. You going to sleep all day?
5 more minutes.
Yeah.
All right, I was just doing a little bit of research while we were listening to that. God bless those police officers, you guys. My goodness, they had to get counseling after this. I was just going through a bit of the trial summary. I'm just gonna read to y'all I've got ChatGPT to summarize some of what the trial has said about the 911 call and everything. So it says the emotional 911. Oh, hey Dee Dee, what's going on? Good to see you. The emotional 911 call. One of the most powerful moments came when the jurors heard Patrick's 911 call. He repeatedly screamed, she unalived the kids, or I'm just going to say it, she killed the kids. He repeatedly says that. The courtroom reportedly became extremely emotional. Patrick cried while listening to the recording. The first responders, it was police officers, firefighters, and paramedics that testified. Patrick was frantic. All three of the children were in cardiac arrest. The children were found in the basement. Exercise bands were around their necks. Massive resuscitation efforts had begun immediately. Many witnesses were becoming emotional while these testimony were taking place. In the emergency room, Cora, despite extensive efforts, she could not be saved. Dawson, doctors also attempted aggressive resuscitation without success. Callan briefly regained a heartbeat. However, he never regained meaningful brain function. He was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died several days later. Lindsay reportedly cried during this testimony. Jurors have viewed crime scene photographs of Lindsay's injuries after her suicide or her self-harm attempt, medical evidence, blood evidence, and hospital photographs. Reports indicate that Lindsay remained mostly expressionless during the many graphic. So this is weird. She remained mostly expressionless during many graphic exhibits, but became visibly emotional during the testimony about the efforts to save Callan. So they said that in her journal, she wrote that she couldn't stand the two older kids, but she loved the baby. And now, this is so odd. So they said that she was emotionless during the testimony, or when they showed all of that, except for when she was emotional during the testimony about the efforts to save the smallest one, the baby. Wow. That's, y'all. How does that work? Postpartum doesn't discriminate, does it? Like, would postpartum make you have favoritism towards your kids? Brown Eyes, I'm talking about it's not talking about the whole trial. It's talking about during the just during the when they're showing the crime scene photos. I don't think it's talking about the entire trial. I would like to know more about her journal entries. Did they read the journal entries, guys? Luminous says it's hard to say because mental illness is very complicated. She did cry, Brown Eyes. Brown Eyes says that she cried. Okay. Let me see. So here's where they said the jury visited the Clancy home. One unusual part of the trial was that the jury view of the key locations. The jurors visited the former Clancy home, the basement where the children were found, the yard where Lindsay landed after jumping, the nearby restaurant, the CVS Patrick visited. The visit was intended to help jurors understand the home's layout, Patrick's travel time, whether the prosecution's timeline is plausible. Hang on one second, guys. Give me a minute.
Yes, but it's complicated. So she had injuries of her own. So she was taken to a hospital. She was actually taken to the local hospital near Duxbury where they lived and then brought to Boston because of the seriousness of her injuries. You can see in the pictures here. So she was in custody in the sense that she was technically arrested and had police guards outside of her hospital room and at her hospital bed, and she wasn't allowed visitors, but not taken into custody in the sense of going to jail the way we would think of it traditionally because she was so hurt.
Joining me is a renowned medical examiner, the chief medical examiner in Tarrant County, that's Fort Worth, Texas. He's an esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU. He's a star of a hit podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue, and he has performed well over 10,000 autopsies. Not only that, he is a husband and a father. Dr. Kendall Crowns, we've got two divergent views of what happened. I don't know the truth of it. Was she in postpartum psychosis, not depression, psychosis, where you actually do not understand what you're doing? In this case, she heard a, quote, unknown male voice ordering her to kill the children. She states that she said, "Go to God, baby," when she killed her children. So I've got the injuries to the three children, what happened to their bodies, and I've got mommy trying to slit her wrists and jumping out of a window and apparently paralyzing herself. Let's start with the children, Dr. Kendall Crowns. Strangulation with the use of exercise bands. What would the bodies reveal? Would I be able to tell if they fought back like I know they did in the Andrea Yates case because their bodies were covered in bruises?
So exercise bands are these kind of
Introducing Speech Engine, a way for developers to turn their chat agent into a voice agent with one prompt.
I need to reschedule my delivery. Can you move it to Thursday?
Done. I've moved it to Thursday between 2 and 4 p.m. You'll get a confirmation text shortly.
Speech Engine combines our leading voice models into a single pipeline, all custom built to work best together. It connects directly to your existing agent. Your LLM, RAG, and orchestration all remain untouched, with expressive, human-like voices in
rubbery.
So sorry, y'all. My son came in here and needed a drink. I thought I could sneak away long enough to grab him a drink without it going on a ad. Sorry about that. Let me see. Not sure what the reporter was talking about. The medical examiner removing the children. What you mean, happy holidays? I don't think any testimony about journal entries regarding the children has occurred at this point. Also, I thought the children were taken by ambulance to the hospitals. Let me look. Let me cross check that. What do you think, Happy? I've heard that before about her journal entry. I remember hearing that when the case first broke.
No way, bro.
Let me see real quick. Let me see.
No fucking way.
Happy. Oh, wait a minute. Does the dad still live there? No, Dee Dee, the house is sold. The dad is he's newly married and he's moved on. Or like, he's moved to a new home.
What a shot.
So are they putting out some stuff that's not true on Nancy? Let me see. Let me ask what Happy said. Or wait a minute. There was somebody that said, removing the children. Yeah, I just read that the children were all of them were taken.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know why the medical examiner said that, Happy. I just read that the children were taken to the hospital. All of them. And that Callan, the baby, was actually transferred because he had a heartbeat. Her journal entries have been released. They have. Let me see if I can pull them up. I know. I just try to hold on a second, you guys. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second, you guys. See if I can, because that part right there gets me about being partial to one, but not, feeling resentment to the others. Yes, all 3 kids were taken to the hospital. Yes. Okay, Lindsay Clancy's journal has become one of the most significant pieces of evidence introduced by the defense. The journal was not a diary about her children. Instead, it was a detailed record of psychiatric symptoms, medication, sleep, and emotional state in the weeks before her unalivance. Prosecutors and the defense interpret it very differently. She documented several intrusive thoughts. Lindsay wrote that she was experiencing horrible hold on 1 second, y'all. All right, so she documented severe intrusive thoughts. Lindsay wrote that she was experiencing horrible or intrusive thoughts almost every day. These thoughts were frightening to her, and she repeatedly expressed fear about her mental state rather than describing any desire to harm her children. She carefully tracked all of her medications. One of the most striking aspects of the journal is how methodically she recorded it. Every psychiatric medication, dosage changes, medication side effects, how each medication affected her mood, whether she slept, or how she felt each day. The defense says that this shows a woman desperately trying to recover. 3, she repeatedly wrote about anxiety and depression. Her entries described overwhelming anxiety, depression, emotional numbness, difficulty functioning, hopelessness, and feeling unlike herself. She frequently rated or described the severity of her symptoms from day to day. She struggled with insomnia. The journal reflects that sleep or lack of it was a constant concern that she tracked. She tracked how many hours she slept, nights with almost no sleep, whether medication helped, and how poor sleep affected her mental state. So here's my thing. I could kind of agree with reading this. I could kind of agree with how the defense would say that her journal reads like somebody that wants to get well. I can see that. She does seem like she's trying to. This isn't somebody that's neglecting the fact that she's got a lot wrong going on. She seemed like it was consuming her. She expressed frustration that treatment was not helping. Despite seeing multiple mental health providers and trying numerous medications, her entry suggests that she felt that she was not improving. The defense argues this demonstrates a worsening psychiatric illness despite actively seeking help. I was just asked, all right, let's take a break for a minute. Soulshine's here. Brittany, I'm late. God answered mightily. Doc was speechless. He said, no kidney failure. Yes. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jesus. Keep 6-month checkups with him. The nephrologist, the endocrinologist, and oncologist. Please keep prayers. Oh my God. Soulshine. Lord, forgive me I got to try to stop saying OMG so much. Soulshine. That is incredible. I've been asking about you, and I was hoping that you'd come in. You guys, she was so scared this last couple weeks. God is good. I am so happy to hear that. Congratulations, love. She was scared to open her results and everything. That is incredible. That makes me so happy. All right. I know you feel like the weight of the world is off your shoulders now, huh? Thank you, Jesus. That is incredible. So for anybody that's wondering what we're talking about, Soulshine, she's a longtime friend of the channel. She has been going through some medical issues lately, and she had to go do some really scary tests. And she got her results back and had to wait like a week before she could see the doctor. And she finally got to see the doctor today for the results. And I am so glad. I'm so happy for you. I was hoping that I would see you and that we'd find out what happened. Yeah, y'all keep praying for her, guys. Everybody. That's incredible. Sparkleberry. Hey, Sparkleberry. I'm so happy to hear that, Soulshine. We love you, girl. I feel like we get good news left and right, y'all. Prayer really is powerful. Oh, I love everyone with all my heart. Thank you for the prayers with all I am. My brother said, God isn't finished with you, sis. I told you God said you're special. And you said the doctor was speechless? There's absolutely no kidney failure? That's incredible. No, girl, he's got plans for you. Hey, Froggy. Good to see you, love. How you doing? You're a good one, Soulshine. All right. Let's keep going. So I just want to read this little bit and then we will go back to oh, Kendall.
Damn.
All right, let's see. Back to our doing good, just staying busy. Oh, yes, ma'am. That just scars from previous cancer. You got this. You are strong, mama. Soul child. Okay. Let me see. All right. So Lindsay expressed frustration about that treatment was not helping her. Despite seeing multiple mental health providers and trying numerous medications, her injury suggests that she felt that she was not improving. The defense argues this demonstrates a worsening psychiatric illness despite actively seeking help. What the journal did not reportedly contain. Based on testimony, and reporting so far, the journal has not been described as containing a written plan to unalive her kids, threats towards her children, expressions of hatred towards them, or a confession. So far they're saying that hasn't set, but I know I've heard that before. Why does each side believe that the journal helps them? The defense argues that the journal shows Lindsay's recognized something was seriously wrong with her in her mind. She repeatedly sought help from doctors. She carefully followed treatment recommendations. She was experiencing escalating psychiatric symptoms consistent with severe postpartum mental illness. And the prosecution argues, although the journal documents mental illness, having psychiatric symptoms does not necessarily mean she was legally insane. The jury must still decide whether she understood the nature and wrongfulness of her actions on that day. Oh, listen to this. Hold on one second. All right, so it said it can provide a timeline. So based on a timeline of her journal, in early December, Lindsay wrote that she felt increasingly anxious and emotionally detached. She described feeling unlike herself and worried that something was seriously wrong. She began tracking her sleep medications and daily symptoms. This is what she did in December. Mid-December, she recorded severe insomnia with some nights of little or no restful sleep. She noted intrusive thoughts that frightened her. She documented medication changes and whether each seemed to help or worsen her symptoms. In late December, her journal reflects frustration that despite taking medications and seeing doctors, she was not improving. So this is the thing she was writing in December, y'all. She continued to describe anxiety, depression, and feeling emotionally flat. She remained engaged with psychiatric treatment and carefully documented appointments and medication adjustments. All right, give me just a second. I'm so sorry. I got to help my I'm so sorry, y'all. I have to. That I couldn't. I had to help. I can't. I had to take care of some stuff. Happy holidays. So sorry, y'all. I was listening in the bushes and had to chime in as I've been following the trial. Hope everyone is doing well tonight. No, I appreciate it. If there's something that said that's wrong, let me know. There's been testimony the family was helping and sometimes staying in the home. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that anybody's in the blame for any of this, except for her. I just merely made the statement that I feel like when somebody's going through that, postpartum. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. The reporter was saying that the children were removed by the medical examiner. I don't understand. I'm actually a little shocked that that's being said on Nancy. Happy holidays. Because I literally just read from a transcript that they all three of the kids were taken to the hospital. I mean, my God. That's crazy.
He's sitting there on the stairs.
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry. I gotta hold on. All right, I am on my computer. This is my computer microphone. Can you put a 1 in chat if you guys can hear me okay? Let me know if you hear. I don't know how the sound is. If it sounds like, is there a noise of the air? Let me know if you can hear the air conditioner. I'm in a different room and I've got I'm in a different room and I've got I don't have my mic connected. So is it clear? It is clear. Yeah, the children were taken to the hospital. I mean, I don't know why that form of misinformation is being put out. All right, I think we're good. I'm just gonna try to do it this way. Diana psychiatrist breakdown of all the meds, that's what they cause. Okay, yeah, because we did go through the calls, or not the calls, Lord have mercy. I gotta stop reading chat. We did go through all of the medications before, and it was insane, the stuff that she was taking. What you mean, Nomad? Sounds fine, clear, sounds different, but as warm as before, but sounds fine. Not as warm as before. Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm getting the new microphone really soon. Hopefully it's coming soon. And things, it will be better, I hope. All right, let's keep going with this.
Silicone or latex bands, they have a fair amount of stretch to them. Each child has them tied around their necks quite tightly. So as far as findings would be, it's a ligature strangulation. So it would leave an impression around the neck that you could find at autopsy. Due to the young nature of the children, their throat structures, hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage wouldn't fracture because they aren't bony yet. You might see some neck muscular hemorrhages. As far as them fighting back, the infant, of course, probably wouldn't do much of anything. The slightly older children, the oldest child could kind of grab at the ligature trying to pull it off, which would leave fingernail marks on the neck as she was trying to remove the ligature from about her neck. If she fought back against her mom, she might have scratched at her mom, but it wouldn't show many injuries to her hands. Children don't have a lot of strength, so you don't usually see a lot of offensive injuries on them, meaning like punching or something like that. Typically, what you're going to find in a case like this is them trying to get that ligature off their neck and seeing scratches around their neck.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, if the children had been dosed with, let's just say, Benadryl as an example, how would we tell that? Because if they didn't try to fight back, were they dosed?
So commonly in these type of cases, the mother does poison them or gives them a drug to put them in a sedative state so they aren't moving around and they aren't fighting back. And also the parent doesn't have to deal with them crying as well, which is going to be very difficult. Benadryl is a typical one that is used because it'll put a child into a sleepy trance-like state so they can be easily killed. One of the things we're going to look for in this situation.
Y'all, I'm going to go ahead and apologize. I can't watch this guy. How can you be so cold and just so dry when you're talking about something like that? It's too graphic. I feel like this is just too. Do we really need a play-by-play of? It's bad enough we're talking about it. Oh my God, I was blown away when I read the civil lawsuit. Oh, really, Otto? Thank goodness she has Kevin. The prosecution is lying. What you mean, Otto? Yeah, I don't know. It's bothering me. No, Dee, don't get me. I find it interesting too, but it is just a little like it's so graphic, I don't know. Hey, Bellanova. All right, we'll keep pushing.
Is Benadryl in the stomach, which leaves kind of a pink residue in the stomach contents itself, depending on how much Benadryl was used. And then we'll also look at it in toxicologic testing, looking for specifically diphenhydramine, which is the non-trade name of Benadryl.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I want to move to the...
No, I get it. I get it. It's his job. I get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dee Dee. It's just his delivery, you know, like he just took that exercise cord and just, you know, that's all. Soulshine says, Brittany, I just wanted to let you know that my family has had 2 miracles this week. I almost lost my brother, but God gave him back. Then my miracle regarding my kidneys. God has been so good to us. I'm so glad, Soulshine. I'm sorry for whatever had happened with your brother, but I'm glad he's okay. Yeah, I know, Happy. I get it. I get it. I don't know, y'all. I'm just going to be real with y'all. I have a love-hate relationship with Nancy Grace. She gets on my nerves too, but I like her at the same time. But I get it. And Soulshine, I'm so happy to hear that. I really am.
Mom, Lindsay Clancy. I feel that there is enough evidence to show she knew what she was doing. She had the wherewithal to lie to her husband, saying she was too exhausted to cook dinner and could he bring home takeout, and to the pharmacy to make sure he would be gone long enough time to herd the children, get them down to the basement, to retrieve the exercise bands. However, have you seen the list of meds she was on? It's called polypharmacism. I don't know what doctors were giving her all these meds, but take all these meds and this alone would make you out of your mind. Listen to this. I'm going to give you the street names. The Latin names, the clinical names are unpronounceable to us regular people. Ambien, which is Zolpidem, Klonopin, Valium, which is diazepam, Prozac.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get high quality podcasts.
Lamictal, Ativan, Remeron, Seroquel, Trazodone. I mean, I believe she was on either 11 to 13 prescriptions, and each one is heavy duty. I'm not talking about a baby aspirin, doctor. Serious medication, sleep pills, long-acting anxiety pills, sleep and anxiety, that's Valium, antidepressant, mood stabilizers, another anxiety and sleep, another sleep, an antipsychotic, another sleep. This woman had checked herself voluntarily into clinics before the murders. What are these meds, Dr. Kendall Crowns?
So the medications you're describing are a mixture of anti-anxiety, antidepressants, and as you said, sleep aids. She's obviously struggling with ongoing anxiety, depression, and this can all be brought on by pregnancy. It's a known clinical diagnosis. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I couldn't tell you exactly how it all works and what medications are best, but obviously she was going through something to be on that many anti-anxiety, antidepressive medications. So does it play a factor? I couldn't tell you, but again, it is something to consider.
At approximately 6:11 last night, the Duxbury police received a 911 call for a report of a suspected attempted suicide of a female resident who had jumped from a window at the home at 47 Summer Street. Upon arrival, Duxbury Police and Fire located the woman, and she was treated on scene and transported to a local hospital for treatment, where she remains at this time. She's been identified as Lindsay Clancy, age 32. First responders subsequently located 3 children in the homes under the age of 5, unconscious with obvious signs of severe trauma. A 5-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy were transported to Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, where they were pronounced deceased. They've been identified as Cora Clancy and Dawson Clancy. A 7-month-old infant boy was med-flighted to Boston Children's Hospital, where he remains for treatment as we speak. Preliminarily, it appears the children were strangled.
How did they know that, Dr. Kendall Crowns? That was Timothy Cruz from Plymouth County, the district attorney at that time. How could they look at the bodies? That's from our friends at WMUR and know the children, the babies, were strangled.
So I believe when they are all found, they have the exercise bands tied about their necks. So right there, you're going to know they're strangled. If the exercise bands are not there, you're going to have a ligature impression left around the neck from the band itself, which is this kind of gray, red to tan impression that matches the exercise band. The other thing is because it's going to clip off the internal jugular and the carotid artery, you're going to get petechial hemorrhages. So you'll have multiple little petechial or pinpoint hemorrhages about the face, in the inner eyelids, and on the mucosa of the mouth. All those findings externally point to strangulation.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here.
What do y'all think about that list of medications she was on? Lindsay was diagnosed bipolar. I came from postpartum. Or did you say or you can't give someone SSRIs if they are bipolar? That caused a psychotic storm to happen. Wait a minute. Are you saying that she was diagnosed bipolar and that came from the postpartum depression? In my opinion, it was way too many anxiety meds and sleep meds. Lindsay crushed her medicine in a mug, cut her neck and wrist, then jumped out the window. She was determined to die. So why did she do? I don't understand why she did that to the kids, though. I'm saying that the prosecution isn't telling the whole story, and neither is Patrick. Everyone needs the real civil to read the civil lawsuit. Why is Patrick not being honest? So April says, "Hey, Bellanova. When I first heard of her symptoms, I said it sounded like she was manic with the not sleeping. I think there was a little getting even with her husband. She knew that he would find the horrible sight. She thought that she would be gone also." What do you think she was upset with her husband about, Bella? Wait a minute. You think he cheated on her, Brown Eyes? Because that kind of would. If he, where did y'all get that? Did he cheat? Because that'll change everything for me. Because then you have to factor in revenge. Goodness gracious. Where is it at? Hold on, guys. I'm trying to. Well, damn. Hey, Diana, if you're still here, I sent you an article. I'd sent it to mine in your text messages. You can disregard it. I just sent it there as a place to keep it. So I can read it later. It's about a mom that left her 1-year-old son in the car for 9 hours while she was at work in 117-degree temperatures in Atlanta. He traveled. Wait a minute. Did you hear about that one, Otto? Didi had traveled to New York for work in San Francisco. He left her alone all the time after she said she was hearing voices telling her to harm the kids and self and not sleeping. Wait, hold up, Otto. She told the husband, Patrick, that she was hearing voices that were telling her to harm the kids and herself. She told him that? See, oh my, Otto, is this all in the civil lawsuit complaint? Okay, Diana, is that what you sent me? Wait a minute. We're about to read that lawsuit complaint. Bro. I think Diana sent me that. Hold on a minute. Because I'm sorry, that changes everything. I got it right here. Clancy lawsuit. All right, listen to this. Y'all ready? All right, this is the lawsuit. We're going to read it real quick. This is an action for personal injury and loss of consortium brought by Lindsay M. Clancy. This action arises from the catastrophic failure of multiple medical providers to properly diagnose, treat, and monitor Lindsay's severe postpartum psychiatric conditions, despite her repeated, desperate pleas for help and her family's persistent efforts to obtain adequate care. Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in her situation could do. She recognized something was wrong with her. She sought medical treatment. She went to the emergency rooms. She called crisis hotlines. She admitted herself to hospitals. She took the medications prescribed to her. She communicated her worsening symptoms to the providers. She said to them, medications were making her worse. Her husband advocated for her. Her family drove from out of state to help care for her children, and still the medical system failed her completely. The defendants, Jennifer A. Tufts, MD, Dr. Tufts, Alia Goodhart, Dr. Goodhart, Zobaida M. Diaz, Dr. Diaz, Rebecca H. Jolada, Nurse Jolada, Astor Mental Health Incorporated, South Shore Health Systems, McLean Hospital, and Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island, each failed to properly diagnose Lindsay's bipolar disorder with postpartum onset, and instead subjected her to a disorganized, uncoordinated course of polypharmacy that exuberated. I'm sorry, I just completely botched that. Exacerbated. I can read, I promise. Her condition and precipitated a severe psychotic break. Lindsay's
Losers don't read. They can't read at all.
Lindsay's clinical course. Can you turn it down just a little bit? Thank you. Lindsay's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and an appropriate intervention and treatment, even though Lindsay did all that she could do to obtain appropriate treatment. The psychotropic medications that Lindsay received appear to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. The tragedy that followed was the direct and proximate result of the defendant's collective negligence in failing to recognize obvious warning signs, coordinate care, properly diagnose Lindsay's condition, and provide treatment that met the applicable standard of care. As a direct result of defendant's negligence, Lindsay suffered catastrophic physical injuries, including permanent paralysis, and she lost her 3 beloved children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Lindsay now faces a lifetime of physical disability, psychological trauma, and the unbearable grief of waking up every day knowing that she killed her children, all of which could have been prevented had the defendants provided competent medical care. Plaintiff Lindsay Clancy is a resident of Massachusetts who at all relevant times resided in Duxbury, Massachusetts, with her husband Patrick Clancy and their 3 children. Lindsay was a registered nurse who worked in the labor and delivery department at Massachusetts General Hospital. She is the mother of Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Defendant Jennifer A. Tufts is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with a usual place of business in Braintree, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Defendant Alia Goodhart is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with a usual place of business at McLean Hospital. Defendant Zobeida Diaz is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the state of Rhode Island. Hey, everybody. I'm sorry if I'm not responding to anybody in the chat. I'm looking at this document. So it just reads all the hospitals that that the doctors worked at. Let me see. All right, so basically the jurisdiction of venue, the court has jurisdiction. Basically it's saying, okay, they're saying the court has jurisdiction over all of those doctors and hospitals. Give me one second. All right, Lindsay Clancy and her family. So here we go. Listen to this one. Lindsay Marie Clancy, born on August the 11th, 1990, was raised in Wellingford, Connecticut. Her formative years were characterized by consistent academic excellence, culminating in a distinguished record throughout college and a rigorous accelerated nursing program at Massachusetts General Hospital. Lindsay's 9-year tenure as a labor and delivery nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital demonstrated a notable professional competence and personal fulfillment that she was passionate about nursing and dedicated to her patients. Lindsay married Patrick Clancy in December of 2016, and they established their family home in Duxbury, Massachusetts. Lindsay and Patrick had 3 children, Cora Marie Clancy, born December the 24th, 2017. Dawson William Clancy, born on September the 30th, 2019. And Callan Patrick Clancy, born May 26, 2022. As described by Patrick Clancy, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mom, even over dedicated. worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Lindsay loved our children and quote, never took her frustration out on the kids. She remained as affectionate with the kids as always. Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in the grand jury proceedings that she loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her kids, and she was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Hold on one second, y'all. I'm sorry. All right, so I'm gonna try. Hold on, let me try to go through this. Hey Stella Bella, good to see you. Nice to see you. Anybody that come in, and Amy Lynn, there's no way that she was taking all those medications all at the same time. Amy, she, from my understanding, the medications were spaced out, but I know there were like 4 or 5 strong medications in 1 month. The problem was she would try one, it wouldn't work, and they throw her on another one. Like this woman's system was not, they were not letting her even, I mean, it's like she couldn't get one out of her system without putting something else in there. I'm gonna give me a minute, y'all. All right, we're gonna stream as long as y'all can hear me. Okay, we're gonna stream from my computer. Hopefully, y'all can hear me. All right, we'll use my computer audio. Those meds will definitely mess you up. Yes. So let's go ahead and read some more of this. Lawsuit. Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. All right, so Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in a grand jury proceeding that she loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her kids, and she was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, described Lindsay as, quote, the kind of person who cares deeply for the people that she loves. She showed up for the celebrations and writes handwritten notes to show her love and appreciation. She's also there in times of need and finds just the right words to provide comfort and support. Lindsay consistently conveyed profound affection for her children and her husband. She has never previously engaged in any form of physical harm towards her kids. During Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to an abnormal ultrasound. Finding that later resolved, she experienced some anxiety during the postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. All right, give me a second. I'm going to see if I can get Nancy off the screen. We can get it back onto maybe a picture of the kids.
Want to help us test it out?
Yeah, let's do it.
What's your favorite color?
Lavender.
Favorite animal?
Brain.
There we go. Wait. There we go. All right. All right. Okay. During during the postpartum period following her second child, Dawson, Lindsay was initially elated with increased energy. Patrick described that as she had manic behavior for multiple days. In October 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to, quote, simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said that she felt amazingly on top of things. Her thoughts raced and she constantly felt pressure to be active. After her second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, mediation, and several therapy sessions. Those prior postpartum episodes, including the hypermanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted competent psychiatric providers to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. So it sounds like when she had her daughter, she got like a slight case of like not even depression, just a little anxiety, a touch of it. And then when her second child was born, it got increasingly worse. And now with the third baby, things just went over the top. These prior postpartum episodes include, okay, I read that. Third pregnancy and initial postpartum period. All right, Lindsay gave birth to Callan on May the 26th, 2022. Both Patrick and Lindsay took a parental leave following Callan's birth. Hey, Duck and Dive. Real quick, let me read. This lady was completely let down by the medical profession. She was begging for help. I'm having the same issue with doctors regarding my daughter. I have had to get involved as she is bipolar. I'm so sorry. Is she going through postpartum, Duck? I'm so sorry. Hey, PJ. Guys, could you please click that thumbs up if you appreciate what we're doing? All right, let's keep going. So both Lindsay and Patrick took parental leave following Callan's birth, May 26, 2022. Lindsay demonstrated significant activation and hypomanic behavior, including an extensive program of exercise beginning only 1 week after delivery. She woke every day before the children at 4 a.m., ran 3 miles, did spinning for 30 minutes on the Peloton, and then 30 minutes of aerobics On July the 4th, 2022, only 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Good God, I could not even imagine. 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Lindsay's sister Allison observed that, unlike her usual sensible self, Lindsay impulsively bought into a beach body multi-level marketing scheme, purchasing products to resell. She made videos of her exercise routines, posted them on Facebook, and encouraged friends to join the program. Lindsay's sister Allison, so she got caught up in an MLM. Lindsay's sister Allison, oh wait a minute, I just read that. The early postpartum behavior constituted a hypomanic episode that, combined with her history following Dawson's birth, should have immediately suggested bipolar disorder to any of the competent physicians who obtained an adequate history. So how did they not pick up that's bipolar? She's definitely showing the signs. We've become a quick fix. Take a pill for every single thing. Lack of deep thinking or spiritual understanding. American capitalism is, I do think that, going for a pill for everything, quick fix for everything, is definitely a rapid downhill decline. It's not good for anybody. I was just saying this the other day. We're creatures of, I want it now, right? Like, we have no patience anymore. We want everything right then and there. And there should have been something that, I don't even know. But when it comes to a situation this severe, I don't know, guys. Hey, turn the page. It's good to see you. Was her journal dated? If so, when did she start the journal? Hold on, and I'll tell you. Give me just a second. I think she started it to track all of this stuff. Give me a minute, because I'm using my phone, but I'm pretty sure that her journal was dated, and I'll get you the date in just a second. Because she was tracking her medications. She was tracking how she was feeling. I mean, by all intents and purposes, it sounds like she did the right thing. She was doing what she was supposed to do. I will say that. Okay, Otto, we'll keep going. So right now, for anybody that's just coming in, we're reading the lawsuit. Okay. All right, so Lindsay's desperate efforts to seek help. At approximately 12 weeks postpartum, Lindsay's mood switched suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation and could not exercise. So all of a sudden, she goes from this big, I'm going to run 5 miles. I'm going to wake up every day, running 3 miles a day, doing 30 minutes of aerobics, 30 minutes of whatever that was. She went from that to, All of a sudden, she switches suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experiences debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation and could not exercise. Everything about her body felt heavy and required effort. It was a chore to dress or shower. Her parents came from out of state to help care for the children. Recognizing that something was seriously wrong, Lindsay took the initiative to seek psychiatric care. On September the 12th, 2022, she found Dr. Jennifer Tufts online and scheduled an appointment. At her first appointment, Dr. Tufts, Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale score was 23, indicating severe depression. Dr. Tufts prescribed Zoloft despite Lindsay's hesitation about the medication due to breastfeeding concerns. Lindsay waited approximately 2 weeks before taking the medicine, still concerned about its effect on breastfeeding, but ultimately began taking Zoloft in mid-October. Let me see. She began taking the Zoloft in mid-October of 2022 because she knew that she needed help. After increasing the Zoloft dose from 25 milligrams to 50, as prescribed, Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction. She did not sleep for 48 hours. She had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns was an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. Lindsay promptly reported these symptoms to Dr. Tufts on October the 20th, 2022. Rather than recognizing the significance of this reaction and conducting appropriate testing and determine why Lindsay had such an adverse response to a relatively low dose of medication, Dr. Tufts simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan with Benadryl for sleep. Even after carefully tapering these medications, Lindsay's profound insomnia persisted, accompanied by a decreasing cardiac palpitations. Her conditions continued to deteriorate. On November the 16th, 2022, Lindsay's insomnia had become so severe that she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital seeking help. She reported insomnia, anxiety, and palpitations. The ER doctor prescribed trazodone for sleep, but it was not effective. They gave her trazodone. Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, contacted the South Shore perinatal behavioral health program on November the 20th, 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay's nurse practitioner, Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Yes, Otto. She belonged in a hospital until they found the bipolar and got her the right meds. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I think you're right. Lord have mercy. All right, let's see. Let's keep going. So now at this point, they got Patrick's mother coming in, trying to help as well, who's also a nurse. All right, Patrick's mother, a nurse, or no, I'm sorry, Patrick's mother and a nurse at South Shore Hospital contacted the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Program on November the 20th, 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay. Nurse practitioner Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was, quote, very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging only 3 hours sleep per night, and having racing thoughts. Nurse Paul prescribed Prozac on November the 21st, 2022. Good Lord. So on November the 16th, she was prescribed Trazodone. On November the 21st, she was prescribed Prozac. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. After merely 4 days on Prozac, you guys, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers, and oh my goodness. She immediately informed her providers, and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder, and the providers have failed to recognize. Even I would have said that looked like bipolar. I don't get how they didn't see that. Thank you so much, Brown Eyes. That's really sweet of you. Oh, thank you. We just got a membership gift from Brown Eyes. If you were gifted the membership, please tell her thank you. I appreciate you, Brown Eyes. And that is, let me see. I think we got 38 memberships. I think we're up to 38 new members tonight. Welcome to Club Mabel. Woo, woo. Thank you guys so much for your support. I appreciate it. Duck and Dive said there used to be a hospital gardens for a reason when you go and you research. They were used together or separate. I'm going to have to. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out, Duck and Dive. That's interesting. Yeah, we're a lot. All. How you doing, S-Dubs? It's nice to see you. Thank you guys for all your support. 260 watching. Can y'all click that thumbs up, please? Brown Eyes, I appreciate you so very much. I appreciate all of you guys. Y'all are the best. Okay. All right. So after merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers, and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia. Let me see. A critical red flag for bipolar disorder that the providers had failed to recognize. Okay. On November the 25th, 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications. Here we go. She gave her 3 different medications: Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. She gave her Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. On November the 26th, one day later, after taking Remeron, Lindsay experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as an unreal, distorted, and distant. Lord, okay, hold on, let me see. Lindsay experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She was unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be alone. That is so sad, y'all. That is incredibly sad. That makes me sad. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I mean, this whole damn situation's sad. I mean, as we're reading through this, we're definitely seeing somebody. I mean, at the very least, whether you think she's guilty or not, it's really scary. Let me tell you something. As someone coming from someone who has anxiety, and I come from a line of family that experiences anxiety and depression and things like that, your mind is a powerful thing to battle. When you battle your mind, that's scary. That's absolutely scary. And if you have anxiety or depression or anything like that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's absolutely terrifying. So I feel sorry as I read this. I really do. It breaks my heart. But Mary Dean, I want to just take a second and say thank you so much for the memberships. We got 5 memberships from Mary Dean. Thank you so much. Yeah, she was, Otto, and I'm seeing that. Let me give a shout out to Mary Dean. If you were gifted, please tell her thank you and welcome to Club Mabel.
You should change it to Club.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about it. All right. All right. Thank you, Mary. You are amazing. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Let's keep going.
I was just popping in to check on you. I was in between my games.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Going good.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just reading the
I think you should make it Club Labubu because that's what we're calling the baby now. She's our one of a kind Labubu baby. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Instead of the cat, we should make it about the baby. They're all trashing our baby now. They're trashing our legs. They're over trashing our cat. Now they're trashing our little baby, you know.
All right, well, we'll talk about it. Okay. All right, here we go, y'all. We're gonna get back. So listen one more time. November the 25th, she was prescribed Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. Ben George. Hello, Ben George. Drugs are bad. Okay. Seriously, these antidepressants are dangerous. literal mind altering. Big Pharma needs to be held accountable for this crap. I got to agree with you on that, because in a lot of ways, these drugs can cause her, and very well did cause Lindsay to deteriorate her whole condition. I mean, it's horrible reading this. Hey, Whitney. Whitney says, I've been working while in the bushes, but I had to chime in. Nearly everything about her symptoms describes my life exactly. She had harm OCD for sure, whether it was realized or not, I dealt with. Okay, Mary, give me just a minute, babe. Let me read this and then I'll drop the link. All right. So it says, all right, Whitney says, I had extremely hard to battle intrusive thoughts about harming people's animals and kids. They were awful, sent straight from hell, fighting against my wishes and trying to convince me to do terrifying stuff. Oh, God bless you. And I'm so glad you overcame that. All right. So Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms to her providers on November the 28th, 2022, noting that she was still struggling, sleeping only 3 or 4 hours, and feeling disoriented and forgetful. On November the 29th, 2022, Lindsay began treating with Nurse Jolada. Lindsay reported that she was, quote, anxious and frightened about what was happening. So at this point, she's scared, you guys. Bless her heart. And she blamed herself. Nurse Jolada correctly considered a bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and mood stabilizer. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed thoughts of she wanted to unalive herself, and she began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, I will not be the same. I want to die. Lindsay openly communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, her parents, and her providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound, effective blunting to the Seroquel. She says she described her emotion state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound, effective blunting to the Seroquel. On December the 2nd, 2022, Lindsay reported to the nurse, Jolada, that she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite, was experiencing panic attacks and confusion, and had a lack of attention over the past 4 days. On November the 4th, Lindsay was so frightened by the hallucinations that she called the New Bedford self-unalive hotline, seeking help. She was told that there was no emergency because she said she had no specific plan as to how she would unalive herself. Oh my gosh. Can we get the hotline going in the chat? I'm gonna go ahead and put trigger warning up. If one of the mods can put the hotline, the self-harm hotline in the chat number, I can go grab it if y'all want me to. We just need to get something going in the chat while we're talking about this subject. The saddest part of this is her children passed because she was screaming for help and never got it because of insurance bullshit. People who are not medical doctors are making the decisions. Yeah, I can see that too. Ben says, I'm curious if she had to check in weekly as to make sure that she wasn't feeling like self-harm. I had to when taking Chantix to quit smoking. They made you check in weekly to make sure. Did the Chantix help you quit? That's a hell of a dang. You take something to quit smoking and you got to worry about it giving you the thoughts of self-harm. Goodness gracious. All right, give me a second. I'll get the hotline number. Hold on. Let me grab the, wait a minute. Hold, please. One second.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
No, I'm
Take care,
talking.
take care.
I'm still here.
I just playing.
Can you do me a favor and find the hotline and drop it in chat, Craig? Look it up on ChatGPT. The self-harm
Well,
hotline.
I could. What do I get out of this?
It's a number for
You gonna owe me one?
yeah, it's a number. It's the number for it's the
You don't even
suicide
get my joke.
hotline.
You want me to drop the suicide hotline in there?
Yeah,
All right.
grab the
I'll look
number
at
and the information and just drop it in chat.
Okay, so you
And
owe
then
me.
once you
You
drop
owe me
it
a
one
job,
time.
okay? All right.
Okay. Once you drop it one time, the mods can circulate it. Thank you. All right. Oh, it's getting chilly in here. Okay. Let's keep going. It's the crisis hotline, and it's I got it right here. Wait a second. I got it. You can actually call 988 on your phone. That's one way here. Yep, there you go. I did it. I got it too. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
I didn't get it fast enough. I don't get a job.
All the mods has got it now. Thank you. We got it. What matters
Y'all
is
cheated
it's
me
in
out of my
there.
job.
Yeah. What matters is it's in there because this is a very hard topic to discuss. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Let's keep going because this is actually really interesting. We're getting a lot out of this lawsuit. Okay, so on December the 4th, 2022, Lindsay was so frightened by the hallucinations that she called New Bedford hotline seeking help. She was told that there was no emergency because she said she had no specific plan as to how she would do it. On December the 5th, 2022, Lindsay met virtually with an Aspire crisis support clinician, again seeking help. She was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a suicide plan, you guys. Because she did not have a plan. On December the 6th, 2022, Patrick attended an appointment with Lindsay and Nurse Jolada. Patrick connected Lindsay's thoughts, her self-harm thoughts, to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Jolada that Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she had taken the medication, and asked if they could get Lindsay off of the medications and start from scratch to see what's going on. He asked if there could have been some mistake, like using the wrong medication. Nurse Jolada acknowledged that it is possible. Despite this, Nurse Jolada continued to increase the dose of Seroquel towards 400 milligrams per day. Oh my. This girl had no thoughts of self-harm until she started taking the Seroquel. She starts taking the Seroquel. She gets the thoughts of self-harm. They go to the doctor, husband with her. The husband acknowledges and witnesses that she had self-harm thoughts and that she's 1,000 times worse. I'm really mad. Like, this really makes me mad. And the doctor, instead of taking
No,
her
I'm being
med-
funny and whatever, but
No,
you're
this is
absolutely
awful.
right. You know, the chemicals affect your brain. It affects your thought process. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there's potentially a lawsuit there. You know, why are they forcing this woman to, change her brain chemistry?
That's what I'm reading, the lawsuit right now. And this really makes me, yeah, I'm gonna drop the link for Mary in just a second. I just want to finish reading this first, and then we'll talk. And then they increase it. They increase it.
Yeah, increasing the medication isn't gonna make you more normal, is it? It's gonna make you more uh, flooded with the chemicals, right? More artificially, mentally, you know.
Hold on a
How
second.
would you say it?
Let's do something. Hold on. This is wild. Okay. Is
No, I'm not
400
making jokes by any means. I think, the fact that they're,
is
flooding her mind with
400
chemicals is
milligrams
potentially wrong.
of
It's
Seroquel.
malpractice, is what I'm saying. But God bless you too, Hater.
Okay, please stop. All right, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm trying to come on now. We're doing a true crime stream. Please,
Yeah, I mean, did you even catch who I was talking to, Brittany?
please stop. Please stop. Thank you so much, Melissa. That was really sweet of you. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Wow, that was really nice. 400 milligrams. I can't get past that. I cannot get past that. That's crazy. Thank you, Melissa. That's really sweet of you. I hope you're doing good. Oh my Lord. Hi, Sassy. Good to see you. Brittany, I finally was awake to be here. I have been hiding. You've been hiding. I'm dealing with this I am dealing with this right now. It's not me. What? Oh, wait a minute. I'm dealing with this right now, and it's not me who is prescribed all the antidepressants and sleeping meds. My husband is. Oh my goodness, Sassy. I'm so sorry, honey. I am so sorry. Hey, Kathy. Good to see you. the last couple of years since COVID. Wait a minute. I've been dealing with this with my husband in the last couple of years since COVID, and he has PTSD from the military and COVID too. I can't keep living this way. I've reached out to a couple of people to let them know what's going on. Oh my gosh, Sassy. There has to be something. The mental health crisis in this country is, and not just the country, everywhere. It's terrible. It is terrible. And I know, Sassy, I know that you have you've gone through hell and back, and I know that just personally from mine and your discussions. And I'm so sorry, babe. I really am. I wish there was I wish I knew. Oh yeah, and Kathy too. Whitney says, I was taking large cocktails of meds that I was allergic to, and amplified and shifted my symptoms around. It's so freaking bad. Sassy says, I'm trying to get to Texas to live with my sister. He cut off all of my money too. Oh my gosh, Sassy. Oh my goodness, Sassy. He took your money from you? Thank you so much, Kathy, for becoming a member. Oh my goodness. My 2 comments prior to that everyone should know, Britt. Okay, let me see. All right, so Whitney said, I'm looking for him, Whitney. Okay, so Whitney says, and thank you, Kathy. Thank you, babe, for becoming a member. Whitney says, for any of you out there on psych meds, especially if they are not helping enough, I highly recommend the gene psych test that extracts DNA info for your specific best approach. Good luck. Much love. Oh, Whitney, I've never heard of that, but that's interesting. I wanted to die the whole time and tried this several times. Thankfully, God stopped me in my path, and he stopped me when I tried to unalive my parents and harm my niece. Oh my goodness, Whitney. Duck and dive. I didn't see this earlier until I scrolled back up. Thank you so very much for the 10 jewels. And Ange, I will get a separate phone number for the international people. I'll get a separate hotline number. Give me just a second. You're welcome, Whitney. All right, guys, give me just a second. I'm so sorry, Sassy. I know I will be made fun. If anybody makes fun of you for this, Sassy, God have mercy on them. They're evil. I know I'll be made fun of from these evil people on here. I don't give it. That's okay. We don't care about that. All we care about you and making sure you're okay. Oh my goodness, Kathy. I understand. I don't wish dementia on anyone. All right, let's keep reading this. On December the 13th, 2022, Lindsay remained deeply depressed, had no motivation, and still had, wait a minute, I think I've skipped way ahead. Way ahead. Okay, so despite this, Nurse Jolada continued to increase the Seroquel dosage upwards to 400 milligrams per day. On December the 13th, Lindsay remained deeply depressed, no motivation, and still had, self-harm thoughts. She wanted, quote, this all to be over, end quote. On December the 15th, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Jolada's office to report that Lindsay has had a devastating week and that it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, and could not get out of bed. The hallucinations were loud and continued all day, saying, I will never be the same. I will never be me again. And you are damaged. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, I have thoughts of harming the kids. She also told her mother about these thoughts because she was in a psychotic state. Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts and that she would be locked in a hospital and have her children taken away. Lindsay's escalating thoughts, self-harm thoughts, prompted a visit to the Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room on December the 20th, 2022, where she sought help. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or the partial hospitalization day program at Women's and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. Okay, on December the 20th, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself to the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, a program intended for patients with postpartum depression. This was yet another active step that Lindsay took to seek help for her worsening condition. Lindsay's chief complaint at Women's Infants was, I feel numb and crazy depressed. She reported feeling crazy depressed, numb to all emotion, can't feel love, that her, quote, life is becoming a disaster, that she, quote, couldn't feel fear, and that she was, quote, messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month, had no motivation, and reported that it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. Let me see something real quick. Give me a second, you guys. I'm sorry. Hold on just a minute. All right, let me see. I accidentally scrolled too far, y'all, and lost my place. Hold on. On December the 20th, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself into, okay. Lindsay's chief complaint at the women and infants was, I feel numb and crazy depressed. She reported feeling crazy. Hold on a second. She reported I done lost my spot. Dang, it's small. She reported feeling crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, can't feel love, that her life is becoming a disaster, that she couldn't feel fear, and that she was messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month, had no motivation, and reported that it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale the score at a women and infants was 23, indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety disorder 7-item score was 21, higher than the threshold for the most severe category. She was higher than the threshold for the most severe category. She never should have been alone or with the kids. She belonged in the hospital. This could have been prevented. Otto, that's what I said earlier. I agree. And I don't understand why her husband would leave her alone knowing what she said. All of December was so bad for Lindsay. They kept ignoring her and wouldn't admit her to the hospital because she didn't have a plan. That's insane. Yeah, that I'm with you, Otto, completely 100% on this now. I cannot believe that they didn't. My God, this is crazy. Let me find my spot. Okay. This conclusion was negligent because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety, a relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period. She would have learned of the hypermanic episode that began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder as documented in Lindsay's records, stating that she was started on Seroquel and concern for her bipolar. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder as documented in Lindsay's records, stating that she was started on Seroquel and concerned for bipolar. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay's and Patrick's belief that her symptoms were due to over-medication and recommended weaning the Seroquel. The clinic team at Women and Infants posited that Lindsay's symptoms were more pharmacologically induced than purely depressive. Dr. Diaz's assessment and plan documented that the Women's Center is not a suitable treatment facility. for Lindsay, yet Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange appropriate alternative treatments and instead discharged Lindsay after only 1 day of treatment with inadequate follow-up care. It sounded like Dr. Diaz just didn't want to deal with it. That's crazy. That just sounds like she didn't want to deal with it. Women and Infants Hospitals determined that its day program was not appropriate for Lindsay and reached out to Nurse Jolada to discuss Lindsay's care. Nurse Jolada did not respond to them. Dr. Diaz and Women and Infants' negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder with postpartum onset resulted in a missed opportunity to provide appropriate treatment. Their recommendation to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternative treatment plan or ensuring follow-up care contributed to Lindsay's further deterioration. Good Lord. Following the Seroquel reduction recommended, by Women and Infants, Lindsay's thoughts of self-harm resurged. By December the 29th, 2022, Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out anymore. I need to go to McLean." On December the 30th, 2022, Lindsay went to the emergency room, which suggested admission to McLean Hospital. And on December the 31st, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean, the nation's top-ranked psychiatric hospital, due to her severe depression and self-harm ideation. Lindsay's admitting symptoms included passive thoughts, self-harm ideation, feeling detached, hopelessness, depression, no appetite or energy to perform activities of daily living, no motivation, I don't know what anhedonia, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, and insomnia. Her insight and judgment were documented as limited. McLean placed Lindsay on a locked unit with 15-minute. They were checking on her every 15 minutes to make sure that she didn't harm herself. However, the care that she received was grossly inadequate. She was admitted on New Year's Eve, and there was a skeleton crew because of the holiday. Patients spent their evening doing puzzles and coloring. Nurses stayed behind the desk and glass. Lindsay did not see a doctor until January the 3rd, 3 days after admission. On January the 3rd, the doctor advised Lindsay to stop the Seroquel and the benzodiazepines, or however you say that, and prescribed her trazodone for sleep. And on January the 4th, Lindsay asked if she could go home for Cora's birthday. Because her thoughts had improved since the Seroquel decrease, she was approved for discharge. Lindsay was discharged from McLean Hospital on January the 5th after only a 5-day stay. Dr. Goodhart authored and signed the physician discharge summary, approving Lindsay's release despite her documented limited insight, judgment, and her thoughts of self-harm. Lindsay was returned to the care of the same outpatient providers who had been providing allegedly substandard care. After the discharge, Dr. Goodhart from McLean called Lindsay and spoke only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. The staff at McLean suggested amitriptyline, yet another antidepressant, the very class of medication that had repeatedly caused Lindsay to have adverse reactions. When Lindsay was discharged from McLean, she thought, I was just in the best hospital in the country, so there was not much hope. She decided that she must appear like she was okay and had to do her best. Dr. Goodhart and McLean's hospital's negligence, failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission to ensure appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care directly contributed to the tragic events that followed. Dr. Goodhart, as the discharging physician, approved Lindsay's release after only 5 days, despite her documented, quote, limited insight and judgment and her ongoing severe symptoms. General deterioration. All right. Lindsay's returned to treatment with Dr. Tufts on January the 6th, 2023, the day after her discharge from McLean. Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic major depressive disorder, single episode moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. At Cora's birthday party on January the 7th, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled, but could not converse. She could not converse. She avoided talking and could not make sense of what others were saying. Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge. On January the 10th, 2023, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and was switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. Dr. Tufts indicated that at some point we will add an antidepressant. On January the 16th, 2023, Lindsay was still experiencing debilitating depression. She had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should unalive yourself. You, quote, you will never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams per day. This is wild, y'all. This is wild. On January the 20th, 2023, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath, to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. All right. Is everybody doing good? Let me take a minute to look at the chat. The antidepressants is what did her in. They caused bipolar. Yeah. All right. We only got like 5 or 6 pages left of this. It's not long. I mean, this does give a whole lot of insight into what was going on. It's basically a timeline. Honestly. Let me see. All right. I'm just looking in chat. Y'all please click that thumbs up if you don't mind. No, thank you. No, thank y'all for a lot of people don't like all this reading. So, I mean, I appreciate y'all's patience because to be perfectly honest with you, I'm extremely interested in it. I hope you guys are too. This is definitely a tough topic, no doubt. Do you guys mind if I ask you to hold on for just a minute? I just need to go check on the baby real quick. Can you guys just give me just a minute? Well, I'll let this play real quick while I go check on the baby.
Well, from the lack of oxygen getting through their brain, they potentially would have been in a persistent vegetative state for their entire lives.
Okay, hold on. I knew it was only a matter of time, Dr. Kendall Crowns. You're hitting me with Latin doctor phrases. What is sequela?
That is the consequences of having the lack of oxygen to your brain parenchyma or your brain starts dying. So the sequela of brain death means you might be paralyzed. You might be unable to breathe for yourself. You might have to be on all sorts of machines to keep you alive, which would be the vegetative state that they potentially could have been from the brain damage caused from the lack of oxygen to their brain.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, how do you do it? How do you stay so calm and clinical? I was thinking about you explaining sequela. It sounds like the Latin derivative of sequence, the sequence of events following the strangulations with mommy's exercise bands. The sequence of events would be that they are forever in a persistent, as you say, vegetative state. In other words, like a coma. They can't move, they can't talk, they can't play, they can't speak. They're just lying there on life support until they die. The sequela, the sequence of events, vegetative, a vegetable. That's what happened to them. How do you, Dr. Kendall Crowns, especially in light of the fact you're a dad, how do you not talk about this case and think about your own children?
So any pediatric case, well, really any case is upsetting. It's sad when someone dies, especially with children. Children really can't defend themselves. Children are innocent and they had a long life to live. It's upsetting. It's upsetting to me. I mean, like you said, I have kids, but I separate myself from the fact that they are not my children. And I have a job to do. And if I get too emotional, I get wrapped up in the emotion of the death of this child, I cannot perform my duties. I have a job to do to determine the cause and manner of death, no matter how upsetting it is. That's what I'm there to do, is determine their cause and manner of death. And I would be doing a disservice to the decedent or the dead person and the family, the living family, if I don't do my job correctly. So I can't sit there and be upset about this horrible tragedy that has occurred, because I have a job to do, and that's what I do every day.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I want to talk about the mother. And then I'm going to go to Dr. Catherine Bendorf. She is a psychiatrist, postpartum expert, co-founder and CEO of the medical director at the Motherhood Center in New York. You know what? Hold on, because I want to come back to you about the physical nature of her injuries, Dr. Kendall Crowns. And I would like to state that I can't think of anyone I would trust more performing an autopsy than Dr. Kendall Crowns, because of his, of course, experience and education, but his steadiness. And as a former prosecutor, what am I going to do with a doctor that gets on the stand and cracks up and starts crying or gets upset? I mean, okay.
All right, sorry. My pause game is on point, isn't it? Lord have mercy. Let me see. Try to get a picture back up. There we go. All right. Have they investigated this doctor for malpractice? It sounds like it's several doctors, Joan. Multiple doctors failed her. We're going through the going through this lawsuit is it's crazy. All right. All right, y'all ready to continue? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that, Sparkleberry. I love you too. You're a sweetheart. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you guys. I really do. All right, so all right, so I'm trying to find my spot. I wonder that too. I don't know. Okay. On January the 10th, 2023, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and was switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. On January the 16th, Lindsay was still experiencing debilitating depression. She had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should unalive yourself. You will never be the same. The only option is to, quote unquote, die. She still felt like a, quote, zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed the amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams. On January the 20th, 2023, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. On January the 23rd, 2023, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being, quote, a little more anxious, while heart was racing and more AM and anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same, flat and anxious, and that she had, quote, no motivation and she was numb, and, quote, has to force herself up out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficiency were poor, her insight was poor, and her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams. That night, Lindsay did not sleep. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Tiny. Tiny Dancer said, oh, I never wanted to be left alone going through it. My mom had to take a month off of work and come stay with me, baby and hubby, in Louisiana, just because I had bad thoughts, and my PPD was awful. Postpartum depression was awful. I didn't trust me. I'm so sorry. It's a very real thing. It's a very real thing. Okay. On January the 24th, 2023, Lindsay woke severely depressed with thoughts of self-harm. Yes, she did, Dee Dee. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomach ache. Later, she went to the backyard with the children, built a snowman, and sent pictures to Patrick and her mother. The self-harm hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, you should harm the children. Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked up a map, and she looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. Quote, this is your last chance. Unalive the children so you can unalive yourself. This is your last chance. You have to unalive the kids so you can unalive yourself. Lindsay felt a force come over her. Okay. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations, a demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordering her. She felt so an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering her dissociative dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported that she had no choice but to follow those compelling directives. Lindsay described, quote, I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands, all action. This voice demanded action. Lindsay proceeded to strangle each child, uttering, Go to God, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Following these acts, she undertook a severe self-harm attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations on her wrist and neck, and jumping from a second-floor window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury, resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. She also suffered multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Lord. Cora Ann Dawson died on January the 24th, 2023. Callan succumbed to his injuries and died on January the 27th, 2023. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound, enduring love for her children. Well, everybody is entitled to their opinion on this, and we can all talk about it. We can all talk about it and not, get mad. Tiny Dancer said there's absolutely hope and better days from a mama who wanted to die and was in and out of hospitals. I tried 12 meds and then finally I made it. If I can do it, your daughter can, I promise. Oh, bless you, Tiny. God bless you. That makes me so sad for these babies. Oh my gosh. It really does. It's when you have an empty egg. No, oh, okay. I'm reading chat. All right, let's keep going. We don't have much more, y'all. Dr. Margaret Spinelli, clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons and founder of the Women's Program in Psychiatry at Columbia University Medical College, conducted a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation of Lindsay. Dr. Spinelli met with Lindsay for 5 hours at Tewksbury Psychiatric Hospital on June 11, 2024, and subsequently spoke with her by telephone for 3 hours on September the 6th, 2024. Dr. Spinelli also interviewed Patrick Clancy, Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, Lindsay's mother, Miss Musgrove, and Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy. Dr. Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar disorder 1, severe with psychosis and anxious distress, with postpartum onset. Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimal symptoms after her second childbirth, and that her symptoms worsened after her third birth when she was prescribed an antidepressant. Dr. Spinelli noted that an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypermanic symptoms and a mood instability. Wow. Instability in one who has a bipolar illness. Let me read that again because that's important. Okay. Dr. Spinelli noted that an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypermanic symptoms and mood instability in one who has a bipolar illness. This is a well-known response for a person with underlying bipolar disorder. Dr. Spinelli opened that the providers never seem to communicate with one another. That, quote, no one ever asked her to describe the content of her intrusive thoughts, which were in fact hallucinations, and that Lindsay was repeatedly given antidepressants instead of a mood stabilizer. Dr. Spinelli specifically commented on the failures of the multiple providers regarding the initial Zoloft reaction. She noted that if practitioners had recognized the hypermanic activation after the Zoloft, a second or third antidepressant would not have been tried. Wow. Regarding women and infants, she noted that Dr. Diaz did not review mood symptoms of the last pregnancy and this postpartum period, and did not review hypermanic episodes immediately after delivery, which was the beginning of Miss Clancy's postpartum psychosis. Dr. Spinelli concluded she did all that she could do to obtain the appropriate treatment. All right, where's my spot go? Okay. Okay. Dr. Paul D. Zeisel, a forensic psychologist, also conducted extensive clinical interviews with Lindsay and her parents. Dr. Zeisel was the initial forensic expert to engage Lindsay in the immediate aftermath of the incident. Hold on a second. For what? Girl. Member for 45 months. What you sorry for? Oh, no. Don't ever come in and say you're sorry. You did nothing wrong. You did absolutely nothing wrong, love. I love you and I want you to be okay. I'm sorry. Please don't ever feel like you don't got to be sorry for nothing. You did nothing wrong. You're going through something, and we're here for you. If you need to talk about it or need help or anything, that's what we're here for. Hey, Rhonda. Good to see you. Hey, everybody. Please click that thumbs up. Hey, Harbinger. Anybody else I might have missed? Hey, good to see y'all. Oh, I love you too. Don't apologize. You don't owe an apology for nothing. Thank you for being my OG. Sassy's an OG of mine. She's been with me forever. All right, so Dr. Zeisel concurred with the assessments of Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Philip Resnick. Dr. Zeisel opined to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that Miss Clancy's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured inaccurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment. Furthermore, the psychotropic medication she received appeared to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. Dr. Zeisel noted that Lindsay's parents conveyed profound shock and devastation at the depths of her psychological decompensation. I'm sorry, I read that so wrong. There's too many big words on this thing, you guys. Indicating a prior lack of complete comprehension regarding the actual severity of her underlying illness. This underscores how the medical providers failed to adequately communicate the severity of Lindsay's condition to take appropriate action. Let me see. Okay. The standard of care required defendants to obtain a complete psychiatric history, including detailed inquiry into Lindsay's mood and symptoms during and after her prior pregnancies. Had any of the providers done so, they would have learned of the hypermanic episodes that followed her second and third deliveries, which were crucial indicators of bipolar disorder postpartum onset. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay's severe adverse reaction to Zoloft characterized by activation, worsening insomnia, and racing thoughts, was a red flag for bipolar disorder. The standard of care further required that after a second antidepressant, which was the Prozac, caused similar activation, defendants should have diagnosed bipolar disorder and prescribed a mood stabilizer rather than continuing to try antidepressants. The standard of care required defendants to conduct appropriate testing, including blood plasma levels of medication, to determine why Lindsay was having adverse reactions to relatively low doses of medication and whether she was a slow metabolizer. The standard of care required defendants to follow the quote, start low and go slow principle when prescribing medications, particularly given Lindsay's demonstrated sensitivity to psychotropic medications. Instead, defendants added and accelerated medications in an ad hoc manner that radically increased the risk to Lindsay. I can see this definitely being the case. It does sound like the more medicine they gave her and they changed, the worse it got. The standard of care required defendants to inquire into the content of Lindsay's intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. Had they done so, they would have recognized the psychotic nature of her symptoms and the danger that she posed to herself and her children, including the danger of the postpartum psychosis. The standard of care required defendants to coordinate care amongst themselves and with others treating providers. Instead, the providers failed to communicate with another one. All right, where are we at, guys? Right? Sounds about right. Okay, the standard of care that required the defendants coordinate care amongst themselves and with other treating providers. Instead, the providers failed to communicate with one another. And Nurse Joe Lotta did not even return women's and infants' call to discuss Lindsay's care. The standard of care required defendants to seek collateral information from Lindsay's family members who could have provided crucial information about the severity of her condition and her functioning at home. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay, as a patient suffering from severe postpartum mental health disorders with suicidal ideation, posed a risk of harming her, not only herself but also her children. The standard of care required Dr. Goodhart and McLean Hospital to provide adequate inpatient care during Lindsay's brief admission, properly evaluate her condition, and ensure appropriate Wait a minute. I lost my spot. I'm sorry, y'all. Appropriate discharge planning rather than discharging her after 5 days with limited insight, judgment, and self-harm ideations back to the same providers who had been providing inadequate care to begin with. The standard of care required Dr. Diaz and the women's infants to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, including inquiry into her early postpartum period, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder rather than dismissing her. Wait a minute. It's so small. Into her early postpartum period and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder rather than dismissing her severe depression scores and recommending medication changes without proper follow-up. Defendants knew or should have known that Lindsay's presented a real, clear, and present danger of harm to herself and her young children. Defendants collective failures to comply with the standard of care, more likely than not, directly and proximately caused the injuries suffered by Lindsay, including Lindsay's unaliving her children and attempt to unalive herself. Count 1, negligence. Plaintiff repeats and re-alleges the allegations contained above as it fully sets forth herein. Give me a second, y'all. I'm so sorry. I need 1 minute. All right, sorry about that. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me make sure you can hear me. Oh, I feel like I read so much. What do you guys think about all of this? If anyone has any similar thoughts as this case, knows someone, please seek help. Don't be afraid. Absolutely. We have the hotline number circulating in chat. Please, there's always help. All right, so we're almost done. We got 3 pages left. Okay, plaintiff repeats and realleges that the allegations contained above, as if fully set forth herein, all defendants owed Lindsay a duty to exercise reasonable skill and attention in their care and treatment of her psychiatric condition. Defendants failed to exercise reasonable skill and attention in caring for Lindsay, and their conduct deviated from accepted standards of medical practices as set forth above. As directed as proximate result of the negligence of defendants, Lindsay suffered severe personal injuries, including, but not limited to, the loss of her 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, the development of severe postpartum psychosis with command auditory hallucinations, a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum, multiple closed fractures of the cervical and thoracic vertebrae, multiple rib fractures, neurogenic bowel and bladder dysfunction, impaired mobility requiring the use of a wheelchair, severe psychological trauma. Further, the acts and omissions of defendants constituted gross negligence and a reckless indifference to the health, safety, and welfare of Lindsay, and showed reckless disregard for the consequences which defendants knew and should have known could result from their acts or omissions. As a result of the foregoing, Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from defendants, including, without limitation, past and future medical expenses, past and future lost wages, pain and suffering, emotional distress, including the knowledge that she unalived her children, loss of enjoyment of life, permanent disability, and other damages in the amount to be determined at trial. Count 2, loss of parental consultorium. Plaintiff, it repeats and realleges the foregoing allegations as it fully set forth herein. At all relevant times, Lindsay was the mother of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. As a direct and proximate result of the negligence, recklessness, and gross negligence of the defendants, Lindsay has suffered and will continue to suffer the complete and permanent loss of the companionship, consortium, services, society, comfort, guidance, counsel, and advice of her children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. As a result of the foregoing, Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from defendants in an amount to be determined at trial. Loss of spousal court consortium. Plaintiff repeats that it realleges the foregoing allegations as if fully set forth herein. At all relevant times, Lindsay was married to Patrick Clancy. As a direct and proximate result of the negligence, recklessness, and gross negligence of the defendants, Lindsay has suffered and will continue to suffer the loss of the normal marital relationship with her husband, including loss of companionship, consortium, society, comfort, guidance, counsel, advice, and conjugal fellowship as a result of the devastating impact of the events of January 24, 2023 on her marriage. As a result of the foregoing, Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from the defendants in an amount to be determined. Against Astor Mental Health, South Shore Health Systems, McLean Hospitals, and Women and Infants Hospitals of Rhode Island. Plaintiffs incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as it fully set forth herein. At all times relevant in this complaint, Dr. Tufts was an employee, agent, or servant of Astor Mental Health, acting within the scope of her employment. At all times relevant, the complaint nurse Jolada was the employee, agent, and servant. Okay, so it just says all the people were all servants and agents of these places. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiff prays that this honorable court enter the judgment in her favor on counts 1 through however many. Award plaintiff damages, including punitive damages as allowed by law for the personal injury suffered by Lindsay Clancy, including her physical injury, psychological injuries, or trauma, loss of consortium with her children and her spouse, and all other damages permitted by law, plus interest as allowed by law from the date of this complaint, plus cost and attorney's fees. Grant such other and future relief as this court deemed just and appropriate. The plaintiff demands a trial by jury. So that was the lawsuit. Oh my goodness. Let me see what you guys are saying. That was wild. Hold on.
Vegetable. That's what happened to them. How do you, Dr. Kendall Crowns, especially in light of the fact you're a dad, how do you not talk about this case and think about your own children?
So any pediatric case, really any case, is upsetting. It's sad when someone dies, especially with children. Children really can't defend themselves. Children are innocent, and they had a long life to live. It's upsetting. It's upsetting to me. I mean, like you said, I have kids, but I separate myself from the fact that they are not my children, and I have a job to do. And if I get too emotional, I get wrapped up in the emotion of the death of this child, I cannot perform my duties. I have a job to do to determine the cause and manner of death, no matter how upsetting it is. That's what I'm there to do, is determine their cause and manner of death. And I would be doing a disservice to the decedent or the dead person and the family, the living family, if I don't do my job correctly. So I can't sit there and be upset about this horrible tragedy that has occurred, because I have a job to do, and that's what I do every day.
Dr. Kendall Crowns, I want to talk about the mother. And then I'm going to go to Dr. Catherine Bendorf. She is a psychiatrist, postpartum expert, co-founder and CEO of the medical director at the Motherhood Center in New York. You know what? Hold on, because I want to come back to you about the physical nature of her injuries, Dr. Kendall Crowns. And I would like to state that I can't think of anyone I would trust more performing an autopsy than Dr. Kendall Crowns, because of his, of course, experience and education, but his steadiness. And as a former prosecutor, what am I going to do with a doctor that gets on the stand and cracks up and starts crying or gets upset? I mean,
hold on. I don't understand how Nancy can look at it like I mean, look at it so angrily now. I don't know. I feel like my feelings have changed against Lindsay. I think, you guys. I honestly think that she, after reading that lawsuit, and I honestly think that she, here, let's check this out. I think she's a victim of this. Look, officers fights tears, recalling Lindsay's crime scene. Let's check out this.
Where did you stash the bananas? I keep telling you, they're in the sack. Oh, very funny.
She had lacerations to both wrists as well as her neck.
And were those lacerations actively bleeding?
No.
Lindsay Clancy was found on the ground behind her house after falling from the second floor bedroom window. She says she tried to take her life after killing her 3 young children. The prosecutors don't buy it. They say it was a fake attempted suicide done to cover up the murders.
The defendant made claims she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance. She had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Lindsay admits killing the children, but denies having criminal responsibility because of postpartum psychosis and over-medication. And now prosecutors have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay's mental health issues had nothing to do with killing her children. It's a case that will be decided by 12 jurors who today visited the house where all this happened back in January of 2023. So today, the jury and someone evidence inside home, and until I personally went there, I didn't realize
that was a big house. I didn't realize how big the house
was. It made me look at the evidence much, much differently and with much more clarity. And I think these jury views are so important. So in this case, one of the most important places they're going to, obviously, is the Duxbury home of Lindsay and Patrick. They no longer live there. Someone else is living there, so it's slightly intrusive. But it's a, triple murder trial. So there's an ability for the jury to go there to get an idea of what the house is like. And the house in this case is significant for 2 reasons, I believe. One is the alleged suicide, right? The alleged suicide attempt. Prosecution defense don't agree. They do not agree. Prosecutors believe it was fake attempt, and the defense obviously believes that she really did.
All right. Put a 1 in chat if you think that she is a victim of a temporary psychosis, or like these medicines made her, go into a manic state. Or put a 2 if you think that she, she's using psychosis as an excuse. After reading this lawsuit and seeing how the doctors grossly misjudged, I don't even know if it was misjudged. It sounded like a lot of them just couldn't be bothered. Well, dang. We got a couple 1s, not very many. All right. She coded and had to be flown to a bigger hospital. That's not a fake attempt. The amazing Tiff, listen, I have completely done a 180 on this. I'm going to tell y'all, when I first started covering this case, I thought she was, she needed to be found guilty, and what she did was awful. But after reading that lawsuit, I'm going to tell you, I'm a believer that she's bipolar. With each antidepressant they gave her, antipsychotic medication they gave her, it got extensively worse. They increased it, it got even more worse. The more they increased the dose, the more they gave her of the medicine, the more her symptoms became debilitating. Yeah, Harbinger, I don't know that jail is where she needs to go. Maybe to a hospital. This is so sad. No, she's paralyzed from the sternum down. Lord have mercy. It really is. Hi, Janelle. How are you? Here, let's go through a little bit of this, you guys.
Did try to take her life. So taking a look at the back of that house is so important to try to understand that, and just to be on the ground, to look at the window. Is it even possible that someone could fake it, try to get out of that window without hurting themselves seriously, like Lindsay Clancy actually did? So I think that's really significant. The other part is going inside the home where the homicides took place. Right, to see the basement, where it is in relation to the upstairs, and the relationship between the two different rooms where children were found.
Oh my goodness.
Extremely, extremely important. I know the defense didn't think it was important, but it is. I mean, the jury is trying to get to the truth. And to me, visiting the scene of the alleged crime gets you there a lot easier than a photograph, a 3D diagram, or anything else. To actually be on the ground where this took place gives you a much clearer perspective. Even if some things have changed, like the people who live in the house and some of the decorations, it's really the bones of the house that matter: the stairs, the basement, the bedroom, the windows, the exterior of the home. So take a listen, because here's the judge instructing the jury before they leave the courthouse, get in a bus, and go to the jury view.
Members, the jury, you're about to visit and go by a number of places that you've heard testimony about during the trial. And the terminology we use for that, as I've said, is a view. Now, the purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you've heard and will hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location, the surroundings about these different areas. All right, now, the view that you're going to take is part of the case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used by you and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So you can consider what you're about to see during the course of the view. The places that we're going to go to in this case, we're going to drive to the CVS that was described. I'm not going to get out, but we're going to see where that is. Then we're going to drive by that restaurant, 3V, I think it's called, in Plymouth. So we're going to drive there. Then we're going to go back to the home, which is at, and you'll have an opportunity to go inside the house.
Is the restaurant 3V, so they drove to 3V.
There's the restaurant she told him to go to.
No reason to go in necessarily. They've seen the video in. It's just like the location and where it is in relationship to the home, and obviously where it is in relation to CVS. Remember, prosecutors believe this whole thing was planned and plotted. This restaurant was specifically chosen because of the distance and time that it would take to get there. And there we see the bus getting back on the road and leaving 3V on their way to stop by to see the CVS. So you can see the distance between the two. What's interesting is they're not taking the exact route that was taken by Patrick that day. if I did the view, I would have done it that way. Start at the house, drive to CVS, drive to 3V, then drive back, and then do a view of the house. Or you could do the view of the house first and then do the drive. So there they are. And this is I believe the strip mall where, in fact, the CVS is. And again, just watching the bus. Wonder what folks think when they see this. One thing that was pointed out is that you don't have the huge police presence that you have generally in these things. And that was actually discussed early on in this case. So here's the CVS. Okay. That's the CVS in question. Again, that's where Patrick Clancy went. We saw the video of him inside the CVS, and we saw him going up and down the aisles. That's when he makes a call back. And this is only a few minutes away from the actual home. So let's get to the video of the home now, because this is, to me, the most important part of the view. Yeah, driving there, I get it. But then to see the actual home, the size, the windows. Now, the jury went inside the home, but the camera not lives there. I mean, it's one thing. We have a jury view.
All right, hold on.
The jury gets to go in there to kind of walk
Let's
the
see.
stairs,
Let's skip ahead a
see
little.
the bedroom in relation.
With several lacerations.
All right, I'm gonna skip to here because I can't play a lot of this. You know that I ain't trying to get struck by Vinny. Otto says, I am so mad that Patrick left her home for up to 4 days at a time after telling him that she was, yeah, I don't understand that either. They do act like his, I'm going to be honest with you, Tiff, they do. I didn't realize it was that close. The restaurant's only 9 minutes away. Wow. Venomous said, hi, Venomous. There was a part of that made me go, doing this due to mental issues it's kind of like a crime of passion. Like, it just happened, but I swear, Britt, read something that seems like she was knowing this for a minute. Britt read something that seemed like I don't know. Listen, when I first started, I was under the impression that, y'all, give me just a second. I got to make a little one a bottle. Give me just a minute. All right,
Gotta go
y'all.
back in
Sorry,
there.
I had to change diaper and give a bottle. All right, are you still here with me, guys? We're gonna keep watching. We're gonna keep watching this because I think this is where the investigators actually talk about the crime scene. Do y'all still want to go through that with the crime scene or this part? If y'all want to watch it, we can. If you don't, it's okay. I can keep going. It's up to y'all. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on 1 minute. Be careful, because I just.
I'm fine.
No, I know. I'm just saying I almost tripped over it myself. All right, give me a second, y'all. Oh. All right. Back at it. Back at it like a. Oh. All right. Let me plug in my mic again. All right. I also am curious as to when he met the new wife. She is from New York. She looks exactly like Lindsay's twin. She's a doctor of endocrinology and infertility. He had a 2-year-old son. What? That would mean that he got with her right after. He got with that lady right after Lindsay. Are you thinking that he cheated on Lindsay with this lady? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. With her right after. That's wild. That is wild. What the hell? That's crazy, y'all. Cheated, it sounds like it. I mean, we don't know that, but he got married in April of 2026. The baby is 2. Good Lord. I think she may have found out that he was cheating. Is there any I know he got married recently, but I didn't know the baby was 2. Me either. So is there anywhere that it's been said that he cheated? Just curious if anybody's making that accusation. All right, let's play this.
Arms and neck. Okay.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 110, and it was the individual depicted in the photograph.
Lindsay Clancy.
And it's, those are the injuries that you observed that day of her on her neck.
Correct.
And showing you on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit number 111.
What do they call that when the wounds are when somebody the cuts aren't that deep? What do they call that? Were her cuts considered I can't remember the word. Not it's like superficial. Yeah, were her cuts considered superficial? Did they consider did the hospital in the medical, did they consider that superficial wounds? So she didn't. Well, okay, I don't understand that. That kind of throws me off a little too, because if she wanted to, why would they be superficial? You know, superficial means you just barely cut the outside. So thank you, everybody. Everybody knew what word I was trying to remember. I couldn't remember. Superficial. The wounds had to be saturated. Or the wounds had to be sutured. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I read that so wrong. The wounds had to be sutured. What does that mean? Emergency at home said she wasn't bleeding out. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Her neck doesn't look that bad. It just looks like a sutured. What does that mean? Sewn up? Okay. Britt, you need to see her lawyer's pictures of her wounds. They were deep enough to have her travel by helicopter to another. Well, if they had to sew her up, she got stitched. The wounds were bad. I mean, if she had to be stitched, they had to be bad. All right, let's keep going.
Again, is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And the injuries that you observed on January 24th on her neck?
Correct.
And 112, exhibit 112, in the middle of this photograph with an arm extended, there are some cuts in a cut in the middle. Did you observe those on January 24th as well?
I did.
And finally, exhibit 113, that would be the other arm. Did you observe those cuts to that arm?
Yes.
Right? You be the judge. Obviously, we had to blur some of that for you, but that's a big issue. You know, will all the jurors see those wounds in the same way? Prosecutors and the defense see them completely differently. But the jury's going to have to come to some level of consensus about whether or not she attempted to take her life. Now, on cross-examination, the defense pointed out something else that was observed there in the bedroom, the level of blood that was in the bedroom and on the clothes of Lindsay Clancy. They want to say, listen, yeah, those photos, she's not bleeding, but that's because all the blood was soaked up in other places. Let's take a look and a listen.
AI sound effects in 11 Labs just got a major upgrade. Listen to this. Now.
And one of the things counsel had asked you about was the clothing that Lindsay was wearing, and it was cut off, right?
Correct.
So I'm just going to show you and ask if this appears to be a fair and accurate depiction, rendition of, for example, one of her items of clothing.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know that, so I'm just going to just make sure it's in, that's all. Does that show that there's blood on that item of clothing?
Not that I see.
Okay. Was there some type of residue of paint or something on the clothing, if you recall?
I don't recall, no.
No. Did you notice on the pants any blood on the jeans? Well, if you recall.
I don't recall, no.
How about I guess it would be the top that was worn. You notice any blood on that?
No.
Was there a bra that was cut off, if you recall?
Yes, there was.
And the blood seeped through the clothing into the bra itself? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be obviously from outside the clothing and then into the bra that was being worn, right?
Correct.
And when you went into the bedroom, you made observations as a detective of certain items, such as, does this appear to be a fair, accurate rendition of the floor, blood drops on the floor?
It does.
In the bedroom?
Yes.
Is this a indication of the bed itself, the right side of the bed, additional blood that was located on the floor next to the boots?
Yes.
Does this appear to be the nightstand that was next to the bed?
It does.
And do you see what's on top of the nightstand?
Yes.
Well, what's on top of the nightstand?
There's 2 cups, a knife, it looks like a jar or something, and maybe a clock.
Okay. Also blood drops?
Correct.
This is a additional photograph moving farther down towards the right side of the bed.
Correct.
This is a close-up of the knife that was on the nightstand, as well as the little cup that was there, and something that says deep sleep pillow spray. You see that?
Yep.
And that was on that top of the furniture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this again is an area depicting various items of clothing. It looks like a little headband, a wire, perhaps a charger phone, and blood on the floor.
Correct.
And this shows the location of the bed. Additional photograph of the blood towards the end of the bed, and also the area of the window, right?
Correct.
And it'll be up to the jury to decide, is that enough blood to demonstrate that, hey, she was really trying to take her life when she took that knife to her wrists and to her throat. Now, there was another moment I want to share with you. This is Dr. Benjamin Kaufman, ER doctor, who treated little baby Callan, who survived for a couple of days, but described the condition that the child was in. And I want you to pay close attention to the reaction of Lindsay Clancy as the doctor is testifying, because as you see it, the jury sees it as well. So let's take a look.
And specifically on January 24th, 2023, were you working that evening?
I was.
And while you were working that evening, did you treat a patient named Callan Clancy?
Yes, that was my patient.
And do you recall how he arrived at the hospital?
Yes, with the EMS, with CPR ongoing.
And is it typical that when EMS arrive with a patient, they give you kind of a summary or a rundown of the patient's condition?
It is.
And did they give you that rundown on Callan's condition?
They did. He, at the time, his heart had stopped and CPR was ongoing, and he was not breathing. He was receiving breaths by a bag of mass ventilation.
And what did you do in terms of treating Callan?
So as soon as he came in, basically we put in a breathing tube.
So I don't know if this is going to help her or hurt her. You want me to burp her?
Oh, I'd be good. I'm talking to her.
I don't know if this is going to help her or hurt her, because I'm going to tell you why. There's already the narrative that she favored him. So did she break down about the other kids too? Because that's going to be you know, if she appears to, I don't know, this is just sad. It's just sad all around.
And we were able to get an IV established. The first thing that we do is give a dose of epinephrine. And in this case, you can look directly at the heart with an ultrasound. And his heart started beating after we were able to give that dose. At that point, we continued compressions, continued giving him breaths through the breathing tube. And Plymouth Hospital does not have pediatrics or the ability to care for that level of pediatric patients. So we're on the phone with Boston Children's Hospital, making preparations basically to get him to the more definitive care.
And about how long into your care of Callan did he regain a heartbeat?
Probably from the time that he got to the ER, maybe like 10 minutes or so, I'm guessing.
At any point in time, did he regain the ability to breathe on his own while he was in your care?
No.
Did you do any examination or testing to determine Callan's brain function?
Let me be unequivocally clear. April says, do we really know for sure her not liking two other children or resenting them is that a rumor? I would go with, unless somebody in chat can help me clarify. I want to say it's a rumor. There's a lot. I've read it in a couple places, and it came up when I asked ChatGPT to summarize, but to actually, I haven't seen anywhere like the family or anybody saying that. I've just read it, so I guess I would go with rumor. Just keep going.
So at no point did he exhibit any brain function. I'm not like a neurologist, so we are not the definitive person, but in emergency medicine, there's a scale called the Glasgow Coma Scale, which is generally from 3 to 15. There's different variations for pediatrics, but he scored the lowest, which basically is you're in a coma or have no brain response during the entire time that he was in my care.
So on that scale, the 3 to 15, 15, would that be someone who's walking and talking and acting normally?
That's correct.
And a 3, is that someone with no brain function?
That is correct.
And you testified that Callan was at a 3 when you treated him?
At no time during his care did he have any brain function that was evident on my exam.
And at some point in time, was it decided to transfer his care to Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, we were in contact with him basically immediately, and then he was flown by helicopter to Boston Children's Hospital, and the whole time the ICU doctors were on the phone reviewing the case and making recommendations.
And at any point in time, to your knowledge, from the time he entered the emergency department at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth until he arrived at Boston Children's Hospital, was he able to breathe on his own?
No.
A little bit of reality hitting Lindsay Clancy inside the courtroom. I mean, she's the one responsible for doing it. The question is, will she be held criminally responsible? The first responders who showed up at the Clancy house, what they saw, what they heard, almost indescribable, but they have to describe it. So Stephen Hall from the Duxbury Police Department interacted with Lindsay and then went down into the basement where these 3 children were lifeless on the ground, the baby just grasping onto a heartbeat, onto some breaths, but the other 2 already gone. Let's take a listen now to the testimony of Stephen Hall as he describes the indescribable.
While you and Officer Josephine are there, do other first responders, such as firefighters, start to arrive?
Yes, they started to arrive, and I went to the to gate to direct them where to go.
And how did you know they had arrived?
You could hear the sirens.
So you heard the sirens and went to the gate to tell them to come to that side?
Correct.
While you were doing this, did Patrick Clancy stay with you?
At one point, he went inside to say he was going to check on his children.
And did you see what entrance he used to go into the house?
He went towards the backslider.
Shortly after Patrick Clancy went inside the home, did you receive a call on your radio?
Yes.
And what did you hear on your radio?
Dispatch said that he couldn't wake them up.
And did you know what they were talking about when you initially heard that?
Not really, no.
Did something then catch your attention?
Yeah, I heard a loud scream from inside.
And could you tell where it was coming from?
Just inside the house.
And the screaming, was it words or just sound?
It was just a sound.
When you heard that screaming, what did you do?
Myself and Officer Josephine ran towards the slider and entered into the house.
And when you entered into the house, do you remember what room you entered into?
Into a kitchen.
And when you entered into the kitchen, could you still hear that screaming?
No. We could hear he was talking, but the screaming was done.
When you said he was talking, who was talking?
Patrick Clancy.
Do you recall him saying, I can't wake them up, I can't get them up?
Yes.
And do you remember his demeanor as he was saying that?
He seemed very upset.
What did you do in response to that?
He came from a back room, so we ran into that back room.
Sir, showing you Exhibit 89. Is that the view when you first come down the stairs and turn to the right?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 90. Are those exercise bands there tied to the closet door?
Yes.
91, just a close-up of that, correct?
Yes.
And then 92, what are we seeing in this photograph, sir?
That was the back room that he seemed to be coming from.
That packet was coming from?
Yes.
You also looked at 2 photographs from that room of those fair and accurate depictions of how the room looked that day?
Yes.
And what did you see when you got to that back room?
Just past the door on the left side, there was the body of a young child.
And do you remember what position the child was in?
He had his feet towards the door and his head towards the wall.
And was he on his back or his stomach? Or...
He was on his back.
And do you recall what he was wearing?
He was shirtless. I believe he was just in a diaper or underwear of some sort.
And showing you
Thank you.
Exhibit 93, if you wouldn't mind just pointing out where you saw his body.
Just in this area.
Record reflect he's pointing to the area of the yellow exercise band.
It may reflect that.
And sir, that yellow exercise band, did you see that in that position when you saw the body of the child on the floor?
Yes.
Exhibit 94 was that position. Sir, did you later learn that child's name was Dawson Clancy?
I did.
And can you describe his physical appearance when you saw him?
He was discolored, like a bluish purple.
Do you remember what his face and neck looked like?
No.
Sure. So showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 95. Is this what you saw when you went down the stairs and went to the left, that first view?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 96. Is that a further view as we go into the room?
Yes.
Now, when you went into that room, what did you see?
There were 2 children on the floor, motionless, and EMTs and paramedics were working on them.
And did you later learn that those children were Cora Clancy and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
Did you do anything to assist the medics at that time?
Excuse me.
Hey y'all, is that
His
the?
name is Vinny.
Yeah, that's Vinny. Is that the cameraman crying, you guys? I believe what we're hearing is the cameraman. You can hear him visibly crying. That's heartbreaking. And listen, like the cameraman's had to see all of this too, whoever's filming. So I think that's what we're hearing is the cameraman crying. Isn't that heartbreaking? Good Lord. Yeah, but the officer's not. It's the officer's not, the breathing patterns and the voice isn't aligning with the breathing. Mary.
He's a cool dude. Right? He looks really cool. He looks like German annotated at the same time.
But I don't know that that's the officer breathing on the stand, y'all, because when he's talking, you still hear it. I think it's the camera person. It's got to be the camera, y'all. Because listen to the breathing. The officer, when the officer talks, he breathes. Yeah, I'm gonna get her the rest of our bottle, but I'm gonna play this, y'all. We'll keep going.
I asked if they needed any equipment.
And did they ask you to get some equipment?
They asked me to grab a heart monitor.
And did you do that?
I went and found the fire captain to ask where I could grab one. And he was pretty upset. So I ended up going back downstairs into the basement.
If I could show you Exhibit 96 again, and just ask if you could just point to us where you saw each child.
Okay. Here.
So for the record, the first area you pointed to was in between the blood stain and the black exercise band, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the second area was over toward, in front of that small nightstand or some type of shelving unit.
Yes.
Not easy for that police officer. He's a big, tough guy. But to come across, you can see he's trying to hold on, contain his emotions, but he's still feeling the impact of what he saw as he is reliving that day, that horrible day where he went down in the basement and found 3 children lifeless. I mean, wiped out, a family destroyed. And it does give you some idea, because it's rare that you'll see a police officer. They've seen things, they're trained, they're professionals, obviously. But it's rare where you can see that the gravity of what they encountered and what they saw is impacting them emotionally, to the point that here we are at the trial years later, and still it has a lasting impact on him. Now, the question is, the jury is experiencing the same thing. How will it impact them? I wanted to take some time now and take a closer look at some of these evidence photos so we have a better idea of the way things were found and some of the evidence in the case. Let's begin. We'll start in the basement. And as we take you inside the basement, this is where 3-year-old Dawson is found, near that yellow exercise band. That's the area. And that's the exercise band that was used to take his life. And remember, Patrick goes in and he's removing all of these exercise bands from the children as he's trying to see if they're alive and trying to save them. And you look in the room, and what's interesting, this part of the basement, I'm wondering if he was running away into that area or not. That's always been my concern, that one of the 3 saw what was happening and attempted to get away and couldn't get away and was trapped, hiding in the back room in the basement, because that's where this is. Let's take a look at the next image that we have. And this one is where 5-year-old Cora and 8-month-old Callan are found. Now, it's blurred, but there's a little blood spot on the bottom right-hand part of the photo we're looking at, next to an exercise band. That's where 5-year-old Cora is found. And once again, that's the exercise band that was used to take her life. She's the oldest. She's 5 years old. And that's the area. And you're wondering about the blood. We've had some questions, people wondering why there's blood in a strangulation case. Now, there's another vantage point of this same scene, and I want to take a look at that as well. And this is from sort of the other side of the room. So the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a couple of things. You'll see little Callan's pajamas, which must have been removed in life-saving efforts, next to the exercise band that was used to take Callan's life. And then to the left of there is where Callan was. And if you look at the top of the same photo, you'll see that other blurred bloodstain and the other exercise band. That's where Cora was. So this is a photo, same room, but from a different vantage point. Brutal, right? And you can still see some of the things that were left behind in efforts to save the lives of these children. Let's take a look at the next photo that we have for you from the scene. Now we're taking you outside. And from my perspective, this is probably one of the most interesting and important aspects of this case, because let's not forget what the allegations are here. The defense is saying that after she killed her children, that Lindsay Clancy jumped out of the window in an attempt to take her own life. Okay? So you look at the height from this angle, yeah, it's the second story, but it's not extraordinarily high. but it is high. It's dangerous, obviously. She's no longer walking. She was paralyzed from the fall. But there's a completely different version of what is happening here from the prosecution. That part of the plan was to fake a suicide, make it look like she attempted to take her life. Part of that are the wounds that she suffered. Are the wounds superficial? Are they actually serious wounds, right? That's part of the argument. The other part of the argument is some of the physical evidence that is found here. And this is really, really important. Take a look at both that we have here, right? So you have the top window, and then there's a window below it as well that has a little bit of an edge kind of sticking out, right? A little bit of a ledge on that second window below the bedroom window, which is on the top. So let's take a look at another vantage point in the back of the house. And here you can see some other things. You can see the window well below that first floor window, right? And that's sort of almost in line a little bit to the left of the screen. And that would have one of those partial windows to the basement. It's sort of protected there. There's also a bulkhead that you'll see all the way to the left side of the house, which is away.
All right. I got to take a minute. It is a 20-foot drop. That's and then you got to also, not only is it a 20-foot drop, but you also got to consider how the landing, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm fumbling over my words. You have to consider the landing too. No, it's a 20-foot drop. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. So here's my thing. Even when I was fully against her and thought, she brutally unalived them and needs to, fry for it. I've never thought that the attempt to take her own life was fake. Because if the attempt to take her own life was fake, she could have just done one of those things, you guys. You mean to tell me that you don't want to really take your own life, so you're going to take a drastic amount of medication, you're going to take a bunch of pills, then you're going to cut yourself, your wrist and your neck, and then jump out of a 20-foot window? To me that's that's not somebody that's trying to just play it off. I mean, that's just my opinion. I feel like she would have just done one of those things. If you don't really want to pass away, you're sure making it hard for yourself to live by doing all three of those. Yeah, and after doing what she did, she probably didn't want to live with that either, but we're talking about somebody who's in psychosis. All right, let's keep going.
You get in and out of the basement from outdoors. If you wanted to exit the basement and go out to the backyard, you have that bulkhead. Very common. We saw it in the Karen Reed case as well. The 34 Fairview had one of those as well. Now I want to show you some really important photos, and we're going to begin with the bedroom window. Okay, this is the top window. The blood stains on the bottom. How do those blood stains get there? Well, we know that she had sliced her wrist and her throat. So there is blood. There's blood inside. There's blood on her. She's not bleeding profusely, but she is bleeding. So prosecutors are saying this is where she sort of held on to the ledge of that window as she was more carefully climbing out, as opposed to just jumping out, right? And this is important because of the next photo I'm going to show you in just a second. But try to imagine what would it be like if someone is trying to climb out of that window and sort of shimmy down the side of the house rather than leaping in an attempt to take their own life. Because those are the two versions that this jury's being told. What does the evidence tell us about that? What is the evidence consistent with? Prosecutors will argue that that blood is consistent with her climbing out, kind of holding on to the side as she attempts to make her way down the side of the house, because as you can see, the windows, they stick out a little bit. There's like little ledges on the top and the bottom. Let's take a look now at the top of that bottom window. This is the top of the bottom window, and there's a slight edge you can see because there's some blood behind it, but there's blood there. If she's jumping out of the window to take her life, would there be blood on that bottom window, smearing the way it is? Or, as prosecutors are saying and prosecutors are arguing, is that Lindsay Clancy climbing out of that second floor window so she can lay down in the backyard and make it look like she jumped out of the window in an attempt to take her life? Now, the problem
is that really the argument? They're trying to say that she didn't jump out the window? If she didn't jump out the window, how'd she get paralyzed? That don't even make sense. Whitney says, as soon as Britt made the choice to talk true crime, I almost left to finish working on stuff, but stayed, and I'm glad I did, and glad I can try to help others by sharing my experience. Well, you was going to leave me, Whitney? Girlfriend, you can't be leaving me. You've been with us too long. You was going to leave tonight and go do your own thing? I'm glad you're here. Hey, KDP. Yeah, I'm sorry. That don't make any sense, y'all. They don't. She's paralyzed. Where did that come from? How did that happen? It is a dumb argument, Lee Zimmerman. That's just not. That one's not going to work for me, y'all.
For prosecutors is that as a result of whatever happened here, she's paralyzed. So they're saying she attempted to do that, but slipped somehow and I guess fell on her head and is now paralyzed. The defense, obviously, I think still has the advantage in trying to paint the picture of whether or not this was an attempt to take her own life because of the result of what happened. But prosecutors are saying, no, look at the blood evidence. Look at the smears. No. She's trying to make her way down the side of this house, which isn't as high as you think. And the jury saw it at the jury view, right? So they know exactly. They're able to eyeball it. But that blood stain, what does that blood stain tell you? Does that tell you she jumped or shimmied in an attempt to make this look like a suicide attempt when it actually wasn't? So this issue of whether or not the suicide attempt was real or fake. So you've got the blood pattern, the blood stains on the home, but you also have Lindsay Clancy herself, the wounds she was suffering from, and how she was acting and reacting to people who were coming to try to help her and save her life. So I want you to take a listen. We've got three of the first responders' testimony here talking about their interactions with Lindsay Clancy and their observations as well. Let's take a look.
And what did you see in the backyard?
We had Officer Hall kind of directing us towards the side of to the side gate, and from there we went around to the back of the house.
And did you see a female on the ground?
We did.
And did you learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Do you recall what she was wearing?
I believe it was jeans and a tank top.
Did she also have socks on?
I believe so.
And did you examine her or assess her once you reached her?
Yes.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe?
She had lacerations to both wrists as well as her neck.
And were those lacerations actively bleeding?
No.
Can you describe the lacerations that you saw on her neck?
There was dried blood, seemed to be somewhat superficial since there was no active bleed.
And what about the cuts on her wrists?
Same.
Right there. Superficial. That plays right into the prosecution argument here. These are superficial wounds. This guy, this is an EMT. This is someone who responds. He's from the fire department. Like, he's seen this before. This is superficial. There's no active bleeding taking place. She didn't really want to take her own life. That's what the prosecution is going to use this to argue. Let's watch.
And would you say same? Are you saying that there was no active bleeding there?
Correct.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do to treat those wounds?
We bandaged them up. I believe we placed a ABD pad, just a sterile pad on her neck as well.
You said an APD or a sterile pad. Is that just a type of like gauze or something that you put on the wound?
Yes.
Okay. And so you did that, and then you bandaged the wrists, or vice versa?
It was the wrist first, I believe, but we did secure the airway first before bandaging her wrist.
Okay. So when you first arrived, is she breathing on her own?
She was.
Was she responsive?
Somewhat.
What does that mean?
Not totally responsive. Pretty much to painful stimuli.
And what is painful stimuli?
As we were moving her, she somewhat regained consciousness on us.
And painful stimuli, is that when someone reacts physically or verbally to pain?
Yes.
And so you said that you assess her when you first get there. You said you did the airway first, is that right?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We placed an OPA device to secure her tongue down, just to protect her airway.
What's an OPA device?
It's a plastic device that depresses the tongue just to keep the airway open.
Okay, so it's not the tube that goes down.
No.
It's just something that holds the tongue down.
That's correct.
Okay. And after you did that, what was the next step?
We placed a non-rebreather air mask on her and set the oxygen.
So is that just a mask that goes on the face providing oxygen?
Yes.
And then what did you do next?
From there, that's when we heard the scream.
I just went over to the paramedic and asked what I can help him with. He said she was good, but she kept taking her face mask off for oxygen, and so I just kept replacing it back onto her face.
And when you say she, you're referring to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And did you see a patient there in the backyard?
Yes, we did.
And where was she located?
She was on the ground with a Duxbury firefighter. She was already C-spined on a longboard with a collar. She was unresponsive, but breathing on the ground.
And did you learn her name was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And when you say she was already on a board with a C-spine, what type of equipment are we talking about? And if you could just explain to the jurors.
So it's just a long flat board that we use to secure people when there's possible spinal injury. And she already had the collar on her neck. They had already started treatment prior to our arrival, so they had her all secured to the long backboard with the collar applied.
And did you notice anything about her wrist at that time?
Yes, her wrists were bandaged previously, assuming some kind of injury. There was no active bleeding or anything through the bandage. It was just that her wrists were bandaged.
Was it white bandaging?
Yes.
And so nothing was seeping through to your eye? Did you see anything on her neck area?
She had some superficial lacerations that we could see around the collar, but we don't typically remove equipment after it's already been placed. So I didn't investigate any further than that. There was no active bleeding that I could see, so we just left it alone.
So there was, even with the collar, there was nothing, no blood flowing out of the collar or pooling around her or anything like that?
Correct.
Was she breathing?
She was.
Was she responsive?
No.
Was she making any noise at all?
She was moaning and groaning, but no words, no verbal response.
Did you bring her to your ambulance?
Yes, we did.
And when you got to the ambulance, what was your role?
I was the tech in charge, so we did as much of an assessment as we could without removing her from the board to look for any further injuries. Other than the injuries that the Duxbury Fire Department had already found, we didn't find any further injuries. And then we continued with treatment, vital signs, and such.
When you did the assessment, did you look at her head?
Yes.
Were there any cuts or bumps or dents that you noticed in her head?
Not that we noticed, no.
What about her arms other than the bandaging on her wrist? Were there any cuts, obvious broken bones or injuries to her arms or her hands?
No obvious broken bones or anything, no.
Okay. If she was able to walk, if she wasn't paralyzed, prosecutors would have a lot of ammo here. But the big fact that they're going to have to overcome is that she did exit that second story window and now can no longer walk. So to me, it's going to take a lot for them to prove to this jury beyond a reasonable doubt, if that's the standard, right? That is the standard, that she didn't try to take her own life. But we'll see. We'll see. Prosecution is not conceding that point one bit. That's it for now. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Vinny Politan. Until next time, please.
They're going to have a hard time with that one. Don't you think, y'all? Even if I was fully against her, I would say that you're reaching. That is a big ass reach. That is an absolute.
What if she turns out to be super pretty and we still can't put her on camera?
Oh, we're not putting any of our kids on camera ever. Give me a second, y'all. All right, I'm going to go over one more thing before we go. Y'all all right for a little bit? Y'all got a little while longer? Y'all got a little while longer to be with me? I need to, I'm going to change this whole title and the whole description. Because, I mean, this stream's been about...
Share pictures of that.
streams have been about Lindsay Clancy, so we're gonna make this a. Hold on, y'all. Hang on. All right, here we go. All right, y'all got. Let me hold on a second. Let me come back here. Do y'all have a little bit more time to hang out? You do? Okay. I was thinking, let's watch Lindsay's husband's testimony. Why not, Whitney? Why won't you be sleeping till tomorrow night? Damn, it's already 4:30. Y'all are a bad influence. It's already 4:30.
But shit, it was Friday.
All right,
It's Friday night.
I'm going
and I
to.
feel alright.
I'm gonna go for a little bit
Let me
longer.
wax your ass tonight.
We're gonna play this interview, or not the interview, this her husband's testimony, ex-husband, and then watch his cross-examination of the husband, Britt. Okay. And Lord, I'm invested again. We'll probably be doing more Lindsay Clancy streams. Did you, Harbinger? All right, let's do this. Oh, can y'all click the thumbs up before I play it? We got 315 here. It's 4:30 in the morning. I've been going for 5 hours. Can we get a thumbs up? And if anybody wants to become a member or support the channel, this is the last night of the month. It's very much appreciated. And love you guys. Here we go. Let's do this.
Thank you. You may have a seat, sir. All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, come up, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PATRICKCLANCY.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Yeah, I don't. I see it. Yeah, there's not much emotion from him at all, is it? Otto says, look, no emotion from him at all, or no emotion from him. All the first responders were crying. If you watch all of his testimony in Cross, it will blow your mind. I have watched in Direct Cross twice because there's so much. Wow. Why did Craig what, Jamie? You didn't finish your sentence. I can't imagine how scary being in a chair like that is for hours would feel. I already suffer enough from pelvic and leg neuropathy and used to feel like Jay was sitting in an electric chair. Listen, I can't. I'm not a sitter. I just can't. I mean, the longest I sit is when I do this live stream and I'm stiff afterwards. Oh, I'm so sorry, Whitney. Hold on. I think I got memberships to give out. Isn't it the first? Let's see real quick. If we got them to give out, we'll give them out. What the heck? Am I on panel, you guys? Do y'all? I don't know why from my end it looks like I'm not on panel. Put a 1 in chat if you can see and hear me. Oh, yeah, it's muted. Never mind. I'm sorry. It's paused on my YouTube. All right, let me see. Yes, we got 10 free memberships. You ready? Here we go. Here goes 5. Whoop, whoop. Let's see who. Whitney got a membership. Shelly got a membership. Miss Bernadette got a membership. Or Mr. Bernadette. Learning to Live got a membership. And Charity got a membership. Welcome to Club Mabel. Whoop, whoop. Oh, Whitney, welcome back to a membership. And here's the next one. 5 more. Plug what? Look. Damn it. Plug what? All right. Send the last 5. Ready? Go. Let's see who gets them. I'm back, baby. KPM, Jennifer Marie, Linda Bailey Brown, JoJo, Snazzle Dazzle. Welcome to Club Mabel. We're glad to have you. So glad you're here. I lost my streak and I gave up. Laugh out loud. So sad. I have like 3,000 in CC debt and my bill. Oh, girl. Listen to me. You do not have to explain anything to me whatsoever, Whitney. It does not change my, it does not change how I feel, or, you know what I mean? Like if you don't have a membership, it doesn't mean I feel any different. So don't even worry about that. You guys being here and supporting me, and coming and hanging out, that's just as good. Everybody's got bills and stuff. I get that. I'm sorry that you're going through it. Hopefully you come out of it soon. I know it's only, no, $2 is a lot when you ain't got it. Shoot. $2 is a lot when you when you're at the freaking gas pump and you need that $2. I get what you're saying. Oh, Harbinger, don't worry about that. Hopefully you'll get a membership gift. Listen, if you're not a member, hopefully you get a membership gift. If you're here long enough, you'll probably, unless you're a brand account, you will be gifted. Good Lord, honey. Yeah, they don't give you enough to make it, Whitney. That's for dang sure. That's crazy. It really is. Um, all right, let's do this.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury,
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes,
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Page 13. If I may approach.
You may.
He's a hard one to read. I don't know about this. I mean, he's a really hard one to read. I can tell he's visibly, I think he's extremely nervous. You can tell. Hi, Michelle. But I don't know. I'm looking at chat. There's something he's hiding. You think so, Otto? My emotional support cat gave me a reason to live. Aw, Whitney. What's up, Mojo? How are you? Good to see you. Mojo Anna. You guys, I appreciate y'all hanging with me. I think this has been a good stream tonight. I feel good about it. I mean, it's a really tough subject, and it's a hard topic, right? But I've absolutely enjoyed just hanging out and deep diving and discussing things with you guys. It felt like good times, like the times we used to have. Hope we can get our streams back the way they were. Get back to smooth sailing. All right, let's keep going. All right. Sorry, guys. Give me just a minute. Lord. Damn it. Sorry, guys. I know how to get there. All right, here we go.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages. That's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it? How much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Oh my goodness. Hold on, y'all. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. Was it not playing on? This whole time I thought it was still playing for you guys. I don't know how the hell that happened. I'm over here watching it. Lord have mercy. I'm sorry, y'all. It wasn't. Oh, Brittany, I love you. Laugh loud. I honestly do. But I love you too, Whitney. You've been with me forever. You my boo thing, girl. Don't you know you my boo thing, girl? Y'all really are my ride or dies. Y'all stay with me. Y'all stay with me when, you know how they say when a person goes through something terrible, that's when they find out who their real crew is, who their real people are. I mean, I got to find out who my real people were for sure, because I am the least unpopular person right now on this platform, and you people still come here night after night and stay with me, and I'm like so incredibly thankful for that. Honestly, Like, it's the best. I truly am so thankful to all of you. Because, I mean, y'all could have been like these other people. Y'all could have done like the others that have came and gone, and y'all could have bowed out. Y'all didn't have to stay with me. The easier thing would have been to leave, but you didn't. You didn't. And I love how when I say that, Diana pops up like it's meant to be. There's my ride or die. That was cute. You okay, Diana? Hope everything's all right. All right. Oh, we got a gift. We are your ride or die. Oh, thank you, KDP. I love you. Are you? Everything's good, Diana? What you doing awake? Just my girls coming through with another membership. I think if I'm not mistaken, that is 40 memberships. I think we're or right at 40 memberships. This stream, which is amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. That really means so much to me. Thank you, Just My Girls. And if you were gifted, welcome to Club Maple. Harbinger says, I don't go into chat really. In other places, I've been listening to you shortly after I created my channel. Maybe Summer Wells era. Okay. All right. Let's see. You know the oh, okay. I hope you're all right. I hope you're having a good night. Otto says, Britt, I'm so proud of you for reading the lawsuit. Thanks. It needs to be shared so this never happens again. Oh, I'm glad that you, hey, Diana, thank you so much for, shout out to Diana. She sent me that lawsuit. Diana, I don't know if you stayed awake for it or not, but I read that entire lawsuit, girlfriend. And it was extremely informative. And I think that everybody who, if you haven't, everybody needs to either listen to me or someone read that lawsuit or go read it for yourself, because that lawsuit really tells the story. I mean, it legit tells the story of what happened. And it's changed my mind completely. After reading that lawsuit, I am absolutely convinced that she was a victim of malpractice, or whatever you call it, medical malpractice. Would that be the correct terms, y'all? Medical malpractice. What do they call it? Pharmaceutical. I was awake for most. I'll go on and listen in the end. What's so crazy about it with reading that lawsuit is the word. Damn, whoever wrote that was like trying to find the most, what do you call it? The biggest words they could, I guess, is the most ignorant way I could say that. But they're trying to find like the most uncommonly used words, or intentionally trying to like make you sound like you're speaking a whole bunch of gibberish.
You gonna play another clip?
No, we're listening to We're going to finish this up. Let's go ahead and finish this up, guys. All right.
What you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes,
And so it was very organized.
I would say so. Yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan,
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave, is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that.
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there was some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that.
So if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time? During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
Turn on my camera by accident. They're gonna run with that one.
What's the old name?
I'm confused, Otto. I got a question.
That's one of the shittiest things about being in a small town.
Yeah.
Like one restaurant fucks up and like you screwed now.
Craig's hurt that our Chinese restaurant doesn't serve the right egg rolls anymore. I'm pretty bummed out by that too. Otto, why is he saying that he never seen her show signs of? That's not what the lawsuit said. Show signs of depression or anxiety. Why did, like, he said he never seen her show any signs of I forget the word. I should have paused it when he said it. Yeah, she has postpartum for sure, Mojo.
I like spring rolls, but you have to dip it in like the little sweet sauce. And it's completely different. It's not the same. It's like a good egg.
Why is he doing that, Otto? I thought he was on her side.
Big difference.
What the hell? Hold on. Otto's got me all invested. Lenny, Tuck, and Ming Ming too. So I call Emmy Ming. A lady at the ortho asked me that too. She's like, because I call her that and I don't even realize it. And the lady at the ortho place was like, "What do you call her?" I said, "Ming," because I kept saying, "Hold on, Ming, they're almost done." And she said, "Where'd you get that from?" And I told her Ming Ming off of the Wonder Pets.
It sounds like Chinese, doesn't it?
Yeah, Emmy's nickname is Ming.
But it's a little yellow duck.
It's so cute though. Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
And then they eat duck. I want me a roast duck.
You've been wanting a duck for 3 years. Hold on, y'all. Lenny, Tuck, and Ming Ming too. All right, hold on a second. Let me pull this other up. All right, hang on, y'all. I'm gonna pull up one more thing.
Me too. Did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, like had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
Is it
11 Labs music generator has arrived. A new era of AI music has just begun. In partnership with labels and built from the ground up, generates studio quality AI music, prime.
Do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, And I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but was had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving. And she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And Did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off and then I took Dawson skiing.
And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean, and we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Hey, what's the hardest part about running HR in a growing company?
The questions that never stop. People expect instant answers about PTO, benefits, onboarding, you name it. We used to handle everything by email, but it was impossible to keep up. My super weapon for that, Monday service. You heard me right. It's an AI service platform.
Taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I was muted. Y'all,
How long were you?
the whole time.
Damn.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to call it a night. That was we will pick up. Don't do that in case. We will pick up where we left off tomorrow. So I do thank you guys. Thank you for the deep dive. Thank you for the suggestions. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you guys. I will see y'all tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Good day. Good morning. Good afternoon. Wherever you may be. All right. Have a blessed night and blessed day. Thank you for everything, you guys. Love you all. See y'all in the next one.